It's my honor to be here to present my academic horizon on the basis of ground reality and my tested honesty. Foremost, I must remember we initiated me to be here with the views of the academicians, veteran intellectuals, and my personal study and experience as well. Those were Dr. Wuxi from China University and my fellow General Retired Brigadier Dr. Prem. In this August presents our most gratitude. It's my sincere gratitude to the organizers providing me this glorious forum. With no more delay, I'm going to enter my presentation. I have surrounded myself with two objectives. The first one, to highlight on the BIR and the role of the Nepal. The next, the major challenges, followed by the key suggestions. As an academician, my foundation for the presentation is based on the interaction, group discussion from my seniors, veteran intellectuals, and various articles and studies published in the mass media in local level, national level, regional level, and multinational level, finally from Nepal and China as well. The limitation from my presentation, definitely the views which I am going to share here may not reflect the views of the both government from our neighbor China and India. Is our vision from the intellectual circle and my personal experience. It goes without saying, this is the primarily applying the background, then the brief introduction and impact, focus on the challenge and recommendation. Nepal-China relation always cordial and friendly since the beginning, from the ancient time. The previous presentation also I've already reminded us our relation since the beginning. Meanwhile, I can remember Prince Sranchon Gampo, Birkuti Army, Manjushri, and financial, economical, and other horizon of the support in peacetime and pain time from our neighbor country, China. We are sharing almost 1,440-kilometer border in northern Himalaya. Nepal is officially committed and signed and BRI and honoring one China policy since the beginning. Very briefly, I am going to remember the values, the vision coined by Right Honorable President, Republic of China, Xi Jinping, whose vision is leading the world, not only in the small room, in the global arena, entire the space. Everywhere, the vision became the hot ball for the discussion. As per my experience, my paper focuses, this is the vision for a new millennium. In the term of integrated development based on community, people-to-people approach. By the name, the most we are using the OBOR, definitely that's right, but later the terminology changed, which is the topic for today's topic given by organizer, that is BRI. This includes the notion of international development as focus on connectivity and regional economic integration towards the global destiny. With this figure, I'm going to share here, I didn't see the role and position of our motherland, Nepal. Definitely, the planner who are engaged to make in the hand the vision coined by the Right Honorable President of the Republic of China, definitely in the days ahead, we can see the route for Nepal and South Asia as well. Till the date and till the time, if I am not wrong, I can see our role and responsibility, although is signed officially. But in picture, in terms of the picture, there is no link route to our country. Just remembrance, the beginning of the BRI in between China and Nepal is officially begins in 2014, becoming the member of the ASEAN Infrastructure Investment Bank. Then transit and transport agreement, a few amount assigned for the proposal for the study. Finally, the last picture, that is the honor and beginning officially for BRI. Our country has already committed. Now no more official sign needed for the proposal. We are in the same boat in regards to briefly. I must say on the ground reality, Nepal has not been initiated possibility studies. DPR, ROR, yet to be started, yet to be prepared. The document should respect the dignity, the principal value, and the law of law, and humanity in global arena. Nepal should respect the prime value of equity, equality, and mutual interest as a bottom line. Cover the role of Nepal in regards to BRI. Our constitution, there are provisions in Article 5.1, Article territorial sovereignty, national security, and dignity of the Nepal. Many challenges. There are various series of comments in favor and against the BIR. But this is a global vision for 21st century. In my presentation, I have covered the positive side and dark side. It's published in the research book, research article, and the series of the mass media. All were very familiar. That might be the interest behind the mass media publication. But my paper is based on the ground reality. This paper focuses on the potential possibility on Himalayan and Vedic Buddhism circuit, this horizon for the knowledge. Buddhism, not only the small community, but had to be tested, had to be the resource. This is, I'm going to point here. Point-wise, there are the series of the benefits of the vision coined by Right Honorable President Xi Jinping. The School of New Thoughts on the Rapid Economic Development and the Regional and Global as well. But it starts from the domestic. Then the other side, there are the series of the comment. Some are saying Trojan horse had to be judged is the only 5 years experience, not sufficient for the evaluation. Some are saying hot potato. Some are saying Nepal can do through the domestic and SARC. with this reference, I have put some recommendation from the perspective of my motherland, Nepal. Nation First, Global Alliance Strategy, a prosperous master plan, act to be done, empowering and protecting the local in terms of being the member of the WTO since 2005, Nepal, that is the first country going for the member in WTO. We are in global economic arena, globalization and IT is the present, no more options to be followed. In conclusion, as our Right Honorable President of Nepal has already coined her views and vision about BRI, this opportunity. The treaty, the vision upon the new horizon for Nepal and alternative main access to global connectivity and development. Finally, the BRI can be existed with the value of implementation of the project, debt, sustainability, and ROI, return. The sketch and the certainty for the ROI to the respective communities like Nepal and member country. Now I'm going to wrap up my presentation. You are welcome if you have inquiries, so that I may be able to produce on the way to submit to the organizers with the views, suggestions, comments from our glorious floor. Thank you.
Dr. Thakur's excellent speech. If anyone has comments or questions? No? So it's my time. I would like to give you some comments from me. I will speak in English and Chinese both. First let me speak in Chinese. 今天是由我来做。它这个内容呢，实际上是讲这个在“一带一路”当中，尼泊尔面临的机遇、挑战等问题，以及它的这个作用。它里面提到了几点，就是他认为第一个，中国的这个“一带一路”缺失了美国和印度，这是咱们不容忽视的一个问题。就是他认为，如果咱们的“一带一路”没有美国和这个印度的同意的话，他认为是一个比较大的一个缺陷。另外，作为尼泊尔来说呢，它是在中国和印度之间，所以就是它未来的一个发展前景其实不是特别的清晰。另外一个呢，就是他提到的一个债务陷阱。我个人认为这个不是一个单方面的债务陷阱，比如说他们就是中国帮尼泊尔去建基础设施啊，包括一些投资呢，肯定他要还债，那他可能就会有还不起。其实中国也是面临这样，就他还不起，其实也是咱们的这个债务陷阱。所以他又提到了这个应该怎么样来面对这个问题。另外就是，他认为在“一带一路”当中，作为尼泊尔来说，和中国和这个印度之间如何相处好关系，对于他们的未来的经济发展是非常重要的。这就是刚才他的这个文章的一个简要的先介绍一下。然后呢，我说一下我的评论，我先用英文说，然后我再用中文说。Yeah, Dr. Thakur's presentation is very interesting for me. I think what you have mentioned in the paper is very important, such as USA and India's absence in BRI makes them not make easily regional and global arena can't be involved. I agree this point, but the problem is if China would like to invite USA and India to join us, but the problem is they refused. For example, the trade war between US and China, now we have many problems and can't be solved in short time, I think. So if you can give us some suggestions or your views on this, how to deal with the issues, I think may be helpful for us. And the second is you have mentioned the debt trap in your paper. I think it's very, very important thing and the key point maybe in the BRI. And this is the problem for you and also for us, China. How to deal with, I think, it's complicated, very complicated, and needs time and needs many ways to solve it. Can you, my question is, can you give us your suggestions how to deal with the debt trap? Thank you so much. 就说他的这个演讲很有意思，而且他提到就是中国和印度缺席这个“一带一路”是应该不容忽视的一个问题。我觉得他说的很对，我也很同意这一点。
Thank you. We can change the Nepal. Nepal foreign policy is based on concession principle and mutual respect.
Okay.
Actually, the vision coined by the Right Honorable the President of the Republic of China, Xi Jinping, if here in China and the member country could evolve to convince the rest of the world, it could be the best solution. But the planner should dig out the problem, study the problem, then again dig out the solution within the problem. That is possible. Nothing is impossible. We have to convince them. Otherwise, and the paper is based on the perspective of a mining country. At the capacity of the LDC and landlocked country, the some are using land link with the northern and southern growing economy, northern China and southern India. Regarding with the consensus, if the other powers, they would agree with this vision, definitely this is the another, the precise, well managed and vision for the global humanity and multinational trade. Then, again, I would like to remind, no problems, there is no problem in the world without a solution. The planner should dig out the solution within the problem. That is the crux of my presentation. Focused on my national view, before this BRI, Nepal, we are going to join the test and the provisions as mentioned in the international law on behalf of landlocked country. But this is the golden opportunity for a global connectivity.
Us to listen and watch your speech. It's very honored to know that you're understanding about the OBOR, and also I think it's very nice to say Nepali the action to this action initiated by China. Especially, I know that Nepal is a country based on very strong intention for change. Because this country, I have visited this more than 10 years. I do wish that the change is so necessary, so important. But how to do reaction is realistic. It's realistic. So need step by step. As you just mentioned. Now Nepal will be ready, will do more for this action. But just as mentioned that President Xi, President Nepal, former President Bandari, and even the former Prime Minister of India, and even the President of US, Trump, and the different actions to OBOR and different views. But we do wish that this lead us to do more to change, especially Nepal. How, especially the India, Nepal, and China. This triangle relations is so necessary for us to make this, especially Nepal in the middle. how Nepal would do to try to do more, because Middle is not passive. Middle means positive. So how to do the positive action? So I want to give me some of the points to do the analysis. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Roshi. Very on the way to minimize the risk of the so-called debt rewarding, soft loan, and also grant can be applied as per the situation. I think that the gender is rising. What I can say.
I will speak from here also. Many Asian banks, all banks, are bilateral countries. They provide loan. It's a loan. So BRI also giving us loan. World Bank hasn't given us free. Not American give us free, giving us free. So it would be prudent and every monetary organization giving a loan. Right? So it's not a matter of any question of debt trap, because lively scholars, government side, medias, we could prove it. It's not debt trap. And China is not going to force you. It's your interest. It is your strategic plan. Either Nepal or Sri Lanka or America or India. It's not with gun and bullet coming here. So it's no problem, madam. The next thing, Indo-Pacific in Nepal, it doesn't matter. First neighbors, India, China. It's our grandparents. So, since our history, we have got our trade relation with China. It's for betterment of Nepal, not only for China, so that it's our bilateral interest. We could decide, no problem. Indo-Pacific is a strategy with gun and bullet also. It's not easy to adopt this, Indo-Pacific strategy for Nepal, so that I hope Indo-Pacific strategy would do nothing if my government stands strongly, whether BRI is good or not. But it's obvious BRI is a trade. It's for the betterment of economy, so that Nepal wouldn't be confused that BRI is not harmful. It is useful for Nepal. So all Nepali know it. Thank you.
Thank you very
Don't
much.
worry.
And the second speaker, Professor Sheng Ming from China. And the topic is Status Quo of Zhejiang Private Enterprises Investment in Nepal and Countermeasures. Please welcome.
我参加本次国际的学生研讨会。首先呢，我自我介绍一下，我是来自浙江外国语学院浙江文化走出去协同创新中心啊。那么我们浙江外国语学院是我们浙江省内唯一一所公办的以外语为主的这么一所本科院校。那我们中心呢，主要就是从事这个像浙江名著的外译啊，像国别区域研究啊，以及就是我们浙江文化海外传播这方面的研究。那么今天呢，我要演讲的题目是浙江民企投资尼泊尔的现状及对策分析。
Universities, and he is focused on the research on the cultural researches and so on.
备忘录。那么截止到今年呢，我们中国已经成为尼泊尔最大的、第二大的贸易伙伴和第一大的外商投资国，以及第二大的旅游来源国。那么，这2年来呢，我们这个中资企业呢，在尼泊尔投资的已经超过了100家啊，主要涉及到航空、水电、中医、餐饮等方面的领域。那么我们这家民营企业呢，这2年来，无论是在投资的数量以及建设的这个规模这方面呢，都在尼泊尔呢是在外国企业投资方面居于首位。
contract that Dr. Pabu had mentioned just before, so I will not mention a lot about this. Zhejiang province is a lot of private enterprises. As I know, there are about 100 enterprises invested in Nepal.
不起投资尼泊尔的相关情况。第二个呢是存在的主要风险。第三个呢是主要的对策分析。
Characteristics of the investment. The third is the risk and the policy suggestions.
13年到2018年，我们这家企业呢，投资“一带一路”沿线国家的投资总额呢，达到了280亿美元啊。那么年均的增长呢是在31.1%，超过了全国的平均增长率呢，达到了26%。
Published in China, there are 2.8 billion investment in Nepal from Zhejiang province, and the increasing rate, annual increasing rate is 31.1%.
那么据在2016年，出口“一带一路”沿线国家呢，达到了5401.3亿元，那么占全省对“一带一路”国家贸易总额的80%。
With the data in 2016, in Zhejiang province of China, we have export the amount of export is 54 billion dollars, and 80% is for the countries in BRI.
那么我们呢，主要是集中在这几个领域，一个是环保，一个是建材，还有一个是信息技术服务，这3个方面。那么截止到2019年的5月份呢，根据媒体的公开资料，那我们这家有规模的投资尼泊尔的民营企业呢，主要有4家。
Invested in Nepal, focus on the protection, environment, construction materials, and technology of information. Famous enterprises in Zhejiang.
4月份我们这家磐石股份与尼泊尔的一个电信移动项目。那么在环保领域呢，主要是在去年的我们有东方日升的新能源公司在尼泊尔的从事的太阳能光伏发电站的项目，还有呢就是我们浙江新洲竹业在尼泊尔从事的竹缠绕的一个复合材料的这么一个项目。
Cooperate with Nepal's technology of information, and they cooperated in this year. And the second is on the solar electricity project in last year. And the third one is about the environment protection materials.
这里呢就是非常有在尼泊尔的新型干法水泥生产项目。
Is the Hongshi enterprises focus on the construction and materials. 2017.
那么红狮水泥呢，2017年9月份呢，与尼泊尔共同投资成立了尼泊尔红狮希望水泥项目。那么这个项目呢，作为尼泊尔最大的一个外国直接投资的一个工业项目那么项目的总额呢达到了3.5亿美元。那么2018年的5月18号呢，红狮水泥呢在尼泊尔呢正式的投产，那么年均的生产高标号的水泥呢是达到了230万吨。
Cooperate with Nepal, they have set up a new enterprise, and Hongshi Enterprise invested 350 million, 3,000.
那么该项目呢就是
And it's the biggest investment in Nepal, as I know, and the cement production it can be used in 2018.
我们该项目呢，就是就业是600多人，间接增加了当地的就业是2000多人。所以这个项目在2018年5月份投产以后呢，在今年的2月份，被尼泊尔政府呢授予中国企业投资的荣誉奖。
These workers and indirectly supply for more than 2,000 employers. And this enterprise was honored by the whole government for Chinese investment honor.
我觉得呢，这家民营企业投资尼泊尔呢，主要有2方面的特点啊。
We have two characters.
一方面呢，就是与尼泊尔当地的产业呢互补性比较强。比如说，我们的新洲竹业，新洲竹业呢，它当时呢就是利用了深度的挖掘了尼泊尔的这个竹资源和劳动力，那么促进了当地的就业，那么也能生产就是在尼泊尔基础建设当中的管道等产品，就是对于当地的产业的互补性非常强。
The enterprises of Zhejiang investment can give you a supplementary of the industry. For example, the tambour production of construction. We use the tambour sources and to produce some construction materials and to help to have more employment and to increase farmers' income and the government's taxes.
第二呢就是补充啊，比如说我们在尼泊尔的主要的国有大型企业有中国能源、中国水电。那我们民营企业呢，这家民营企业呢主要是从事的是建材，国有大型企业呢主要从事的是建筑、水电行业。我们民营企业呢，主要从事建材和新能源开发，这2者呢互为补充。
Enterprises, but enterprises from Zhejiang mostly are private enterprises. We think they are. This is a good partner that the state-owned enterprises and private enterprises can invest together in Nepal.
今年上半年我们走访了几个民营企业呢，就尼泊尔的这个投资风险，我们做了一个调研。那么在调研过程中，我们总结出3个方面的风险。
We have investigated our investment risk in Nepal, and we have the 3 conclusions.
第一个呢就是法律，从整体上看呢，就是尼泊尔的法律呢还不够健全啊，增加了我们民企项目运转的难度，也降低了企业投资利益和盈利的这种几率。
The first risk is the law risk. As we know, maybe the law in Nepal is not the law in Nepal is not very exact to know as us. So when we invest, perhaps we can't do very well, and we can't operate with Nepal very well. So the benefit is lower than.
在尼泊尔的投资项目当中呢，大多采取了低价中标这种原则，所以呢就需要民营企业呢就需对市场上的一些投资项目进行全面的调研，谨慎选择投标，避免各种陷阱。
Most projects in Nepal is in the way of the lower price can be win. So the private enterprises want to invest in Nepal should consider more about the economic.
尼泊尔有相关的环境保护的法律法规，但呢其标准呢还不够完善，所以呢这个民营企业在投资的过程当中呢需要避免环保方面的风险。
Protection of environment law is or rules is not very can't be very clearly for us. So when we invest in Nepal, perhaps we face the environmental protection risk.
做了这个分析和研究，我们主要提出3方面的这个对策。
based on policy suggestions.
就第一个呢，就是要是我们在调研的过程中发现呢，就是熟悉尼泊尔当地的法律，这是最关键，而且呢，就是一定要符合环保方面的要求，还有呢，就是要融入当地的文化，依法纳税等等。
Private enterprises not know very well about the Nepal's law, so we suggest them to learn a lot about Nepal's law, every kind of laws.
积极规避金融风险，比如说我们可以借助银行、保险这方面的这个风险管理机构，来减轻企业投资尼泊尔的这个金融风险。
And to learn a lot about the bank's rules and something.
履行企业的社会责任，塑造良好的形象，主要呢就是保障就尊重当地的风俗习惯，然后还有呢就是要开展一些公益活动，然后呢承担起企业在当地的这个社会责任。
So that they have the society role in Nepal and should to employ the local workers and to help the government to do more public works for.
以上就是我的一个理解啊，也非常感谢大家这个聆听啊，我的演示方式就是这个，谢谢大家。
Thank you for listening. Thank you for Professor Sheng Liu's presentation because our time is limited, so we don't have any time to discuss more, and we will put the review and discussion last. The third one is Dr. Naresh Ruma. The topic is system thinking roadmap to identify leverage points to inclusive development in Nepal.
My presentation is a systems thinking roadmap to identifying leverage points to inclusive development of Nepal. And I think many of the things that resounded yesterday also relates with what I'm actually going to. I'm going to propose some of the alternative thoughts as to how to go about making these interventions some possibilities and create win-win situations. And we have these scenarios, like our problem begins with this, like this, our education falters. We're talking about sustainable development, but we're in this situation. So this committee tells about where to go about making intervention and to make more possible outcomes. And we always make this rhetoric, like pollution also happens in our hinterlands, in our rural areas with emission like this. But these emissions does not equal to kind of emissions that we have. We always have these cars, vehicles, and this modern development. It also does not equal. And I think we have to keep that in mind. And keeping in that mind, what I'm just suggesting is that not everything that counts can be counted. We are counting the people at the rural areas making pollution. We are not making assumption as to what level of emissions has been dealt in a day-to-day basis by the kind of the modernization that we are actually accepting. So you have to be very critical about not everything that counts can be counted, and not everything that can be counted counts. So we as scholars have to be very vigilant about these kind of scenarios as to when we make intervention. It is either PRI or Indo-Pacific or whatever may be the case. It's Nepal's turn to make what is actually needed for the country. It's a system by itself. So let's look at it from the systemic point of view, not just the part. Part together does not just make the whole. It is the synergy that it brings out to the world. I think that we need to really conceptualize. So what I wanted to do is we wanted to look at from science, policy, and practice interaction, and that relates to sustainable development goal, opportunities and challenges. These same thing, when you put it in rows, bullets, natural and organic way, that works in a very cyclical fashion. One relates to other. We cannot detach one from the other and tell the world that we have fixed the problem. So it is like that. Whatever it is, a road initiative or a railway initiative or boat initiative, it doesn't work by part itself. So you look at the science and policy influencing sustainable development goal, and sustainable development goal in order also affects strength, weakness, opportunity, and challenges and threats. and that also in order also affects science policy and practices. And I did this based on my research called ecosystem model. I looked at it, some of the urban rivers in Nepal last year from the east to the west. And looking at these urban rivers, I model this under this particular ecosystem model. I don't know what is this coming here. Somebody has to help me on this. This glitch, it's not looking really nice. You have indicators, you have a scale and key sites, and you have functions and a social context, everything that matters in order to understand this particular urban context. So I actually look at the urban context of rivers in Nepal, and I'll show you some pictures. I'm not going to go in detail actually what I did. I looked at a river called Tengra River in the eastern part of Nepal, and you look at the river situation like this. Just about 500 meters ahead, the river is like this. And you look at it, this is in urban centers of Nepal. And we're talking about sustainable development goals at the same time. We're trying to do piecemeal approach in making intervention, and that doesn't work. This is one prime example. And I'll show you what is another one. I went to another section, another part. Somebody help me please on this glitch. What is this coming? Okay, and then in the border side of Nepal. You look at this is like a pool of cesspool, which is almost like a mobile. You can barely stand there, and you look at the garbage around it. It's a river, which used to be a very religious river in Nepal. This is a context. And we're talking about sustainable development goal, and we thought that we're making remarkable changes in Nepal's context, which we are not. And these are some of the examples. And I went to the East Rapti River, which is very close to here, and you look at this river, and there's urbanization by the river. You just see by the bridge, and that's a dump right on the river. That's a dump site. This is a solid waste dump site right on the river. And I talked to the mayor, and he said there is no problem. And there is a problem. And we found it out. I went to another river. I did some assessment, and this is a Narayani River. You look at the Narayani River, people wash and just dump the waste in there, and these are all municipal waste, municipal sewer system entering into one of the major rivers in Nepal. And I went to another river. This is a Butwal in the central part of Nepal, in the little farther west from here. And this is the scenario. Rivers all been polluted, and you have the extraction of sand right on the river. And this is not just endemic to this particular riverside. It is endemic to many, many rivers in Nepal. And many of Nepalese who have traveled in Nepal, you will see these scenarios very vivid. And it doesn't go. Another river in Thangari, which is the western part of Nepal, and you look at the river, it just received, that particular river on its headwater is receiving this kind of dump. And you tell me the sustainable development. What are the kind of intervention we're making? We talk about sustainable development goals, and we look at its priorities and things of that nature. But that's not happening. So I actually overlay, based on this, structured learning. We've learned to structure our system and try to solve one problem, and that doesn't work. We've known it for many, many, many years. We are doing a calculation to get a scientific measure of the geographies of peace. Does that happen? We're looking for numbers. We looked for GDPs for many, many, many years. That did not work. What kind of progress have we made as a country? Our intervention started for the last 70 years with multilateral and also bilateral. The reality is grim. So I propose we start thinking about, in Nepal there is a saying called kasari baँच्ने, अब के गर्ने? Means how do we actually live? That's our major concern. Major concern, then we're talking about the kasari baँच्ने, or the way that we need to live has to be ideologically premised. That means you have a liberal thoughts, we have a realist thought, we have Marxist thinking, and everything. But is it actually working for Nepal? Then we have to come to some mid-level of understanding. And we have a lot of grand theories, qualitative, quantitative, all these kind of things. We have, and you have this called, we have corruptions, we have mismanagement, and the social capital has been lost. Within time, we have been affected by what I call kleptocracy. And the kleptocracy is affecting social capital, and degrading social capital is affecting that. You see that happening in rural areas in Nepal. If we don't get those kind of things out of our system, and then we won't be able to make any progressive remarks, progressive change. And this is what we have as sustainable development goals. If you look at the sustainable development, there are 17 of them. You look at poverty alone, first number one. Poverty, and if you look at climate action, do you see there is a linkage or not? Obviously there is a linkage. If climate change will have a glacier lake outburst in the Himalayas, that's going to change the poverty downstream, perhaps even in the neighborhood. So these are all interlinkages. What my suggestion here starts is you have to, as a nation, look at some of the, we call it leverage points. I'll get into that. Sustainable development goals, the government of Nepal, I cited. And what I offer here an opportunity is look at from this particular thing. If we have a problem, if event has a problem, you see this thin iceberg, it is floating on the ocean, event is there. It is not just happening, okay, no problem. Events taking place, you need to understand what are the behavior pattern underneath that, what's happening, and what is the system structure. And what is the mental models behind it, which is what is telling event, what is actually happening, and then you need to know what has been happening. So that tells you what has been happening. You need to start thinking about what is leading to that happening. What did we do in order to make that happen? So we have that. We made some intervention. So we need to understand that, and why is that actually happening? By not only that, we need to also explore what are the kind of things, how can we improve things. So by understanding the bottom, we'll be able to understand the higher up and what is the reason that things are like this as it is now. So we know why these things are happening. We did some modeling here. We model 17 sustainable development goals. Everything is linked to everything. How can, as a nation, like poor as Nepal, can do everything? So we as a nation need to find out that what are the ways that we can actually make an intervention so that by making one intervention, we'll make subsequent changes. That's called win-win situation. So what is that as a nation that we want? How do we go about doing it? We have done piecemeal approach. Let's a bridge. If you even have to make a bridge, you need to be doing some assessment by making where it will make the best outcome. So you're not wasting the money and financial resources. You're not wasting the time, because there's not enough time for the generation to just wait to see the development happening. So we need to understand by where making an intervention will make the best outcome. I made this model based on what we call DPSR. What are the drivers of change? For example, we look at the drivers of change as a climate change as a major fundamental issues. Then we have to look at what are the pressures that we are abiding. We have a pressures. Aerosols is increasing. We have a pollution hanging out in the air. We need to know about that. And what are the kind of things we've done? And these are the kind of things. Responses. What are the government responding? Have we been engaged diplomatically? Have we been engaged with our neighbors? So these are the kind, response are here. These are the responses to that D, if you see on the red. This is where we make intervention. By looking at things that we can make changes. So engagement is fundamental. I don't want to go in deeper because I can go just explain this model for an hour or maybe more. So, climate change is leading to global warming, right? Everybody knows it. But what does that mean? Why is it happening? So if you look at the kind of things that we're happening and we're feeling and living in this world, this is the kind of traffic jam we have because of our lack of energy that we get, especially petroleum. This is non-renewable energy. We're investing so much on our non-renewable energy. And we can't get it, and it's not ours. We have to depend from foreign sources to get it. And this is the cue that you've seen. It's not long past away. And another is Melanchi project. This is a water lifting project that will provide water resources and drinking water, potable water, and so forth to the communities in Kathmandu. And that's also non-renewable energy. We would have different alternatives to doing it. So you have low You have a low-cost non-renewable energy, especially like diesel and petroleum that you're using, and you have a use of non-renewable energy and renewable energy. You have a dependence on non-renewable energy. You are depending on non-renewable energy one way or the other. And then you have interest in non-renewable. And you're interested in non-renewable energy. How in the world are you going to make a change? How is Nepal going to solve? For example, we talked about Belt Road Initiative. What are the externalities of environmental externalities that Nepal is going to cover? Nepal is just a strip of land. If we're going to just build road and road and road and how are we handling it? We see the waste that's been generated. We see the kind of problem happening. Road incisions in all hills of Nepal. I travel through our nation for the last 2 years I've been traveling, and I look at this problem. And if we have this major investment coming, how these environmental externalities is going to be internalized? Who's responsible? Have we discussed about it? So my suggestion is you have to be very careful. Get the beat of the system. That means you have to understand your own society, countries, and people's demand. And you expose your mental models to the light of the day. You have to expose, be very frank, open and discuss about it, not be very silent. Honor and respect, distribute information. And there's a use of language with care and enrich it with system. You have to be careful about what kind of things you're using, what is the kind of demand that you're making. And you have to pay attention to what is important, not just what is needed. Make a feedback policy for, the system is feedback oriented. For example, you eat something, you will have a feedback. Something that you're not supposed to be eating, if you eat, that gives you a feedback. So everything is a feedback oriented system, if it is a country or a society or community or river or whatever may be the case. So you have to be very cognizant of that when you make policies. So go for the good of the whole, not just the part. If you look at the economics part alone, you're not going to make a change as a whole lot. We have faltered on that for many, many, many times. So look at for the good of whole, not just the part. Listen to the wisdom of the system. We have knowledge that's in our system, cultural system. You have to pay attention to that. Listen to the wisdom of the system. Look at responsibility. Who is responsible? Who can actually handle the situation better? And stay humble and stay listen. Can we do it? Can we listen as ourselves as humanity and then be able to offer our solutions and have a frank conversation? No, we are being very rigid. Oh, I don't like this model, I don't like that, there's models bad. What are the best things that we can actually opt out as a nation to do better? And celebrate complexity. Nepal is a very complex country. It has a multi-ethnic group, it has a multi-environment, and many, many other things. And we have to celebrate it. That's where the nexus, that's where the synergy is. And that complexity is very good. And we have tried to make it complicated, which we can change. Expand time horizons. You want to see how long would that particular intervention will take place and how many generations will that actually support. You have to look at from that, not just our present generation. You have to look at from the generation after generation after generation. That's what we're interested. And you have to defy the discipline. Because I'm an economist, this is right. Because I'm an environmentalist, this is right. That doesn't work. And because I'm an anthropologist, I'm going to have to say something about anthropology as well. Just because that you are discipline-oriented, that doesn't help support, make intervention. Expand the boundary of caring. You have to think about good of the whole. And don't erode the goal of goodness. Fundamental part is, what is good growth? That's fundamental. And I'll have to really end this session of my presentation with this philosophical but practical ways of doing things. We have lived our lives by the assumption that what is good for us would be good for the world. But that's not how we should operate. We have been wrong. We're proven to be wrong. We must change our lives so that it will be possible to live by the contrary assumption that what's good for the world will be good for us. Not what is good for us will be good for the world. And I think we have to learn that from a lot of wisdom. And that ends here. Thank you.
Looks like gender.
Because the time is limited, so we move to the next speaker. The next topic is Southern Himalaya and the northern links denoting Tamang history. Let's welcome Professor Makuta S. Tamang.
And to the organizers for kindly inviting me to this international symposium. And also I'm very pleased and honored to be with eminent scholars from China and Nepal this morning. I teach anthropology in Tribhuvan University and one of the research areas that I work is on history and cultures of Tamang people in Nepal. In this paper, what I wanted to do is to bring a few materials that that shows link between Tamang people in Nepal and North, basically Tibet and China. I hope I'll be able to finish in time. Basically, I wanted to highlight three key themes. One is the cultural religious practice among the Tamang called Samanism or Bonbo or Bonism, you could also say. How this tradition actually links Nepal's Tamang with the Kailas region. The second is the Tibetan Buddhism, primarily the work of Padmasambhava, Guru Rinpoche. Of course, it's a story, belief, and myth, but how the Padmasambhava makes a great connection between Nepal and Tibet, and spread the Buddhism in the Himalayas. And thirdly, I want to highlight one letter from Chinese emperor sent to a local king in 1414. Before I talk about these themes, I want to briefly introduce who are the Tamang people in Nepal. Tamangs are one of the ancient inhabitants of Nepal, resided in the central and central hills and valleys. Of course, adjoining to the Chinese border. They are one of the indigenous nationalities in Nepal, among 59 groups officially identified, recognized by the government. The population of Tamang is about 1.6 million in Nepal, but Tamangs are also spread in North India, Darjeeling, Sikkim, and as far as Northeast India, to Assam and Nagaland and so forth. And in total, in India and Nepal, the approximate estimate is that it's about 3 to 4 million population that they reside in this region. What the ethnonym Tamang derives, one of the issues is that we don't know, but often the Tamang people, the myth link with the horse trader, horse warrior, or horse riders. But another myth tells that the Tamangs actually derived their name from the Hmang. They belong to Hmang clan, and later they added the prefix Ta to signify themselves as honorific title to elevate perhaps their own sense of pride. The written records, the oldest written records is found in 13th century roughly. The record is available in which Tamang word appeared clearly in the first. The document is genealogical history of Ngari Guntang king. The genealogy of the history of the Guntang king was compiled by Kathak Rigjin Chongurgu, in which he offers the list of forts founded by King Bumde Go, who reigned from 1253 to 1280 in western Tibet. What it says is that Tamang Sevon Kanundu Loma Mukun Shijone Dolko Bolgi Kanundu Dolko Inge Domaja. What does that mean? Is that in order to prevent or protect themselves from the Sevon Tamang from the south, they would build a fort in the Mugu, which is one of the districts in the northwestern Nepal. So Tamang has looks like there's a clear link with the Tibet, but more importantly, the link is very clear in the Shamanism and Buddhism they have adopted. During 7th to 10th century, Tamang appears to adopt the Buddhism at the time when Padmasambhava was spreading Buddhism in Tibet. And you could see many places, many valleys, and many caves that associate Nepal with the Padmasambhava. They speak Tibeto-Burman language, similar to Tibetan, but the French linguist says that it has only 24% similarities with Tibetan language. What she said is of the link between Tamang and Tibetan language, Mazhabin states that Tamang language is, quote, not a descendant of classical Tibetan. It is not a Tibetan dialect, but a branch of classical Tibetan, or to use kinship metaphor, Tamang is a grand nephew of classical Tibetan, not a grandchild. So there's a link, but it seems like quite far. This is a brief introduction to Tamang. Now I want to go to the little bit on the Bonism, how they are practiced and what kind of link that there might be. Although there's a dearth of archaeological evidence, but the available material suggests that consorted human community level activities in the Himalaya started before the Neolithic ages. Perhaps nomadic, pastoralist, and hunter-gatherer may have entered the Tibetan plateau from the west during 30 to 20,000 years ago. It is my preliminary conjecture, based on the review of material that is available to me, that the group crossed the Himalaya to enter from the western Tibet to the central regions of Nepal, possibly during the last glacial meshing. Whether this group actually belonged to Tamang or other groups as well, the name, the etonym itself might have taken place later. But what I could see is that the Bon as practiced in Central Asia and Western Tibet is very much practiced among Tamang as well, along with other groups in Nepal. The Bonism in Tibet is transformed to take a step similar to Buddhism, with textual materials and then monasteries and Buddha-like image of Shankara, right? But the Bonism practice among Tamang remains to be the older one, with the sacrificial practices and then the magical flight, just like you see in Siberia, Mongolia, or other Central Asian regions. They practice trance, they take up their journey, soul takes the flight to another realm, and then they bring the messages to the living beings for healing and other purposes. So I'm not going to go into the details of how shamanic practices are exercise or practice in Tamil community, but what I just wanted to indicate is that this practice, which is still very important part in the Tamil cultural life, shows very clear link with the ancient Western Tibet, as well as the even current practices in Mongolia. And another important thing that I wanted to highlight is among the imagination of the Pompos among Tamang, Kailas or the Kise is very important pilgrims, very important part of their repertoire. Next, I wanted to talk about Padmasambhava, the Indian Buddhist master Padmasambhava, lotus burn. is a figure revered greatly in the Himalayan region, from Kashmir to Tibet, Nepal, Sikkim, Bhutan, and other Himalayan communities. He was invited by the king Kishong Dechen in 8th century and spread Buddhism in land of snow and subduing the demons and building first monastery in Same. According to sources, before his travel to Tibet, Padmasambhava spent 5 years in Nepal. During this period, he subdued demonic forces, transformed local deities to become Dharma protector, and he spread the regions in the country. He mediated in several caves and sacred places in Nepal, where he acquired Buddha consciousness. The 4 places in particular in Nepal is considered highly sacred and holy, where Padmasambhava performed such an action. The first is Yanglesh. Today we know this place as Parping, which is about 15 kilometers south from Kathmandu. Another place is called Halesi, which is known among local Tamil as Bharatika, where he meditated and acquired Buddha body. And then another place is in Daman, south, west from here. This place is called Chumi Jangshu. And finally, there's another place where Padmasambhava meditated, is called Temal, where he again suppressed the demons to protect the people. So these 4 places all are in the areas where traditional Tamang consider as their ancestral land. And these places are being revered because these places are being mentioned in the Padmasambhava's life history of many places. These places are considered as pilgrims, and pilgrims visit in these places from Tibet and Bhutan and many other places. Right. So this is very important link, and Tamang follow only primarily Nyingma and Kagyu sect of the Tibetan Buddhism. This shows that their link was very much in the past, and later link was sort of broken. But again, you could see more ways in contemporary age how they're building. The last point, I have only 3 minutes. I wanted to talk about an imperial letter to Palakhacho. Palakhacho is a place in Kaveri district, current Kaveri district. Which again is in the heart of the traditional Tamang territory. For the lack of linguistic capability and perhaps interest among the mainstream historians in Nepal, we have little access to Chinese sources for history writing. We did the exchange with Chinese emperor and European historians, namely from French historian Sylvia Levy and the Italian scholar Luciana Pete. The first record we have mentioned in annals is in Emperor Hongwu, 1368 to 1398. In the year of 1384, the emperor sent a letter together with colorful silk cloths and other materials to the Nepal king, Matan Lama. In return, Matan Lama also sent gifts to the emperor of golden Buddhist statues, Buddhist scriptures, and horses, which reached the Chinese palace in the 20th year of the reign of Emperor on 1387 AD. We do not know as yet who the king Matana Lama was, but attention is drawn by the reference to Lama, which shows that there is a very clear link with Tamangs in the case. In the chronology of Ming Dynasty, Emperor Hongwu was succeeded by Emperor Yumlo, 1402 to 1424. Emperor Yumlo sent similar letter and gifts to the Nepal local ruler Sohi in the second month of 11th year of his reign in 1412 AD. He sent gifts of silk cloths with invoice Tiyum Tata Puman. The records also show that Sakasinto from Nepal also sent tributes to the court of Chinese emperor regularly. the gift exchange between Nepali ruler and Palakatso Chico Shinti, an emperor, continued through years. A letter obtained in Foreign Ministry of Nepal by historian Dhanabajar is of illuminating in nature. The letter was written on AD 1415 July and sent with envoy Tiktasi Riji. The letter found in Nepal. I have given the letter's translation, but I'm not going to do that. What I'm interested is in this letter is that at that time, Kathmandu Valley, Malla Kings was very important power, and instead of sending a letter to Malla King, the Chinese emperor seems to also be sending a letter to a king in Palakatso, which is outside the valley, and have association with Tamil people. So with this, I end my presentation. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Now let's move to the last speaker. Let's invite Professor Punya Prasan Parajuli. The topic is military's role in the relationship between Nepal and China.
My paper is based on textual source as well as field work in Uthai-san, Pancasila Parvat in Mahachin. My main focus on this Uthai-san, another name is Qinglian. So I am surprised that many Chinese Buddhist people, they used to come to Kathmandu, and many Nepali Buddhist people used to visit Uthai-san, Pancasila Parvata, and then I started to do my research on this topic. And then first of all, I went this very powerful place, Uthai-san, Pancasila Parvata. So we can see only one mountain. There are 5 mountains in 5 corners, which represent the Manjushri's 5 aspects: body, speech, mind, activity, and quality. So among them is the central peak, and I have access only to this one. And then my research area is how this Uthai-san and Nepal are linked, because in Kathmandu we have one legend or myth that Kathmandu was drained by Manjushri, come from Mahachina, Gyanak Chenpo, and then he came to Chobar, but another important place we have to know is this one cave in Bhaktapur, which is called Mahamanjushri cave these days, and in local language Lhasa Paku means the cave which has connection to Lhasa, because local people have no idea what is Mahachina. So they give the local name called Lhasa Paku. And then inside this temple there is one statue of Manjushri, and then there is the story in Soilu Purana, the famous legend of Kathmandu Valley, which describes that long time ago there was a lake, Nagadaha, the serpent lake, with the Soilu light, the self-arising light, and many Buddhas from different directions came from different mountain. And then also this Bodhisattva Manjushri, he also came from Pancasila Parvata in Mahachin in Sanskrit language. So for that Mahachin, I have gone through the Manjushri Mulakalpa, one tantra about the Manjushri's activity, which is also called Jampat Sakyu in Tibetan language. And then in that text, it is clearly written that even in Buddha's time, some areas are popular for the Buddhist practice, like it is written Dasabalai Kathita, etc., Uttara Katha, Parvata, Kashmire, Chinadeshe, Nepali, Kavishe, Katha, Mahachine to Vaishiti, etc., Anya. It means if someone like to practice in northern area, in mountain region, so which areas are good for the meditation, means the one is Kashmir, one is Chin, and Chin means China, and the one is Nepal, one is Kapisha, and then another is Mahachin. Very interesting thing is there are two China. One is just China, and one is Great China. So in Tibetan it is translated as Gyadam, Gyanan, Cheni, Na, Zampe, and Rapid. If someone wants to practice Manjusri, then one has to go China and Great China. So then my topic is who is that Manjusri? Because many people has done extensive research about Manjusri. First of all, the French scholar Lalu has done extensive research on iconography. Then Lamotte, he has written very long article of 96 pages about Manjusri, which is published in Thung Pao. And then one British scholar, Anthony Tribe, has also done extensive research like Manjusri origins, role and significance. So I have gone through these Western sources as well as Buddha's canon. So I went to some of the sutras common in Kathmandu. So in that sutra it is said that there was a king, Samanta Vistara, and then he aroused the Bodhisattva Bhav, and then in future he became Manjusri Kumara Buddha. And another time he became the Suryadatta Rishi, and then finally he became the Manjusri, who is now in the 10th level. So in Bodhisattva concept of Mahayana Buddhism, there are 10 levels. So Bodhisattva is not one single person. So he has gone through many series of life. So in one life he was Suryadatta, in one life he was King Samanta Vistara, in one life he was in Rio China, means his Uthai-san. That time his name was Sunmu Sudhu Ngapa, means or Pei Lian. Langsung Bokarsen means one rishi with wearing the white dress, and then that has the equivalent Sanskrit name is Pansashika Gandharva, celestial musician. So like if we study the Shakyamuni Buddha's previous lives in different Jatakas, we have 547 different stories, including the Namo Buddha story in Kabe. So just like that, Manjusri is on the process of being Buddha. So he is on the stage of Bodhisattva level. So in that level, he has done extensive Bodhisattva activity in different areas, including Mahachin, Uthai-san or Qingmian, which means the mountain of coolness, and then one of the Mongol Tibetan-speaking scholar, Chankya Ronpe Dorje, he has written one detailed pilgrimage guidebook for this 5-peak mountain in Tibetan language with Chinese equivalent name. Because last time when I visited mainland China for my research and my pilgrimage, that time I used that book, and I have planned to make available in English also, because it has given that even before Buddhism was formally introduced in 1st century BC in China, that time also many people used to see one young boy moving around in Uthai-san. So that might be that Pansashika Gandharva Sudhu Ngapa. So and then when Buddhism was formalized in China, then they start to translate Sanskrit text into Chinese language. So among them, Avatam Saka Sutra, though Palpoche has very clear link that even Buddha, in Shakyamuni Buddha's time, one student asked him about the activity of the Manjusri. Where is Manjusri? Who is Manjusri? What does he do? Then Buddha himself said that Bodhisattva Manjusri lives in Rio Dangsil. So Dangsil in Tibetan means the same thing in Chinese. It means the mountain of coolness. So go and look for him. So it means even Shakyamuni Buddha, he instructed some of students to go Rio, China. In Rio, China, or this Uttaishan in northeastern side, because it is written Manjusri is staying in northeast direction from Bodh Gaya. It means, and then he has given different predictions what happened in future. So in this case, Manjusri, one life of Manjusri used to live in main mountain, and then Manjusri manifested in different forms. So in China, there is very important form which is more relevant with this form, because this Wenshu Shili Pusha, this form of Manjusri is very famous in mainland China, because it has Manjusri Bodhisattva is always on this blue line. We have also this type of iconography in Kathmandu, but this is not so common. In our iconography, we use this type of Manjusri, holding the sword and with the Pragyaparamita text. This is more common in Kathmandu, and then local painters, both from Newar community or the Tamang community around the valley, both depict Manjusri with the sword and book. But in China, Manjusri is more related with the lion, with the dragon. And when I visited the Uttaishan, that time there are lots of statues of lion. And then one interesting thing in this area, that where I have done lots of pilgrimage with pilgrims, is in this area there are local community people, they don't understand who is Manjusri. So they want to replace the statue of Manjusri with Saraswati, because Saraswati functions the same work in classical Hinduism like the Manjusri does in Mahayana Buddhism. So local people, they start to demolish the statue, and then one nun from that area came to my place and she took my help. And I told the local people, if you demolish this statue, the millions of Chinese people will be upset with you, because Manjusri is more popular in China compared to Nepal. So these followers of Manjusri people in China will know that some local Hindu people, they replaced Manjusri with Saraswati, then it will have very difficult situation. So I request local communist leaders to negotiate, and then finally we became successful, and we have done one symposium about Manjusri on this area. Because in January month, still there is the practice that when first time Manjusri came to this cave, oil massage was done for him. So these days, as a symbolism, people do with the oil massage to the statue of Manjusri, which is very common. So, the theme of my paper is that Manjusri Bodhisattva is the connection between Nepal and China. So Kathmandu municipality has planned to install big Manjusri statue just nearby airport, but there are some hindrances from the other side. So finally, they replaced one big statue of Manjusri in Chowa. So now there is a park called Manjusri Park in Chowa. So this is the ongoing process, how to connect two countries with two cultures, with different language, so in one stream. So Manjusri can become connection between two big culture, two big countries. So this is the main theme of my topic, and then now I want to conclude that Sakya Buddha himself has forecasted that Nirmana or death of himself, the Manjushri will be reborn in Xiangshan mountain. So it is written even in Mahaparinirvana Sutra, so that Xiangshan might be the equivalent name for the Qingliang or Taishan, or according to Tibetan name Dangshi or Ryotsenga. In Sanskrit we call Panchashisha Parvata. This is my preliminary research. Thank you very much.
Presentation. Because the time is and should be end at 11:25 now is past for 10 minutes. So based on the strict rule of time limitation, there's no time to review and discussion. It is so pity. I suggest that we can communicate with each other during the tea time. So we have the break of 10 minutes.
This topic is the Belt and Road Initiative, Nepal and China. This must be a very touching story, personal and a nation state. Okay, please.
Namaste, everybody. Respected Mr. Wang Yanjun, Mr. Gong, Mr. Lin Jinrobu, Mr. Zingen Chen, professors, scholars, notes, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank CASS Forum, the third international Symposium of Himalayan Studies, the China Embassy, the President of Nepal China Classical Cultural Promotion Association, Mr. Narendra, for making this special event possible. I would like to thank the speakers who presented yesterday and today, that I have learned a lot during the time period. Firstly, let me introduce myself. My name is Sebin Gurman Srestha. You could also call me TG. I was born in Tibet, 1951, Shiva Prefecture of Tibet, China. I have been citizen of Nepal for many years now, and I must say I love both countries very much. In 1961, when I was about 10 years old, my mother and I first traveled to Kathmandu, Nepal, carrying with us a lot of wool for selling purpose. The journey on foot was extremely hard, and not to mention also very dangerous road. It took us more than 3 months to reach Kathmandu. Today, it only takes 1 hour to travel in between. As you all know, Prince Siddhartha was born in Lumbini, Nepal, more than 2,500 years ago. His philosophy and message has been able to reach and touch the hearts of many people throughout the world. His message of love, kindness, taking care of the elements is even more relevant now than ever before. Each one of us has the duty and responsibilities to build our nation together with peace, progress, and harmony. I personally appreciate the Belt and Road Initiative introduced by President Xi Jinping in 2013, which is a milestone in enhancing global, regional connectivities and economic integration. initiative aims to strengthen infrastructure, trade, investment links between China and 65 other countries that account collectively for over 30% of global GDP, 62% of population, and 75% of non-energy reserves. Ever since the signing of Memorandum of Understanding on Cooperation under the BRI initiative on 12 May 2017 between Nepal and China, new avenues for bilateral cooperation in the mutually agreed areas are expected to open. This MOU promotes win-win cooperation in various fields such as economy, environment, technology, and culture. The MOU most importantly aims at promoting cooperation on policy exchange, infrastructure, connectivity, trade and connectivity, financial integrations, and connectivity between people. As a result, the Chinese became the largest source of foreign direct investment, FDI, in Nepal, the second largest source of tourist and trading partner. The most notably, there have been two important agreements reached recently between the two sides. One MOU on the Belt and Road Initiative, and the second is Nepal-China Transport Agreement, both of which can transformative effect on economic relations between the two neighbors in the long run. Therefore, I see a great necessary to establish operative subsidiary of a Chinese bank in Nepal. The recent incident of Nepal's central bank banning the use of Chinese digital wallet such as WeChat Pay and Alipay in Nepal has also enhanced and need the such bank in Nepal. Under the Belt and Road Initiative, the trade and cultural exchanges between the two countries will increase rapidly. Therefore, the importance of Chinese bank in Nepal has been more important now than ever before. I believe this plan will help the business community in both countries greatly, apart from broadening the horizon of tourism. Chinese private investment in Nepal previously was founded on small projects such as restaurants, minor hotels, and contracts of small budget. But today, due to the connectivity environment for the investment generated mainly after the BRI project and connectivity policy, Chinese investors are investing in major projects of Nepal with a positive outcomes. I would like to congratulate also to the opening ceremony of Chinese electric vehicle assembly plant in Nepal, which will have employment, local member citizens, and most importantly, contribute to the lower of air pollution. The Chinese bank can be established in Nepal because the China and the Nepal both are WTO members. And the Nepal Rashtra Bank has also passed the policies following the WTO guidelines. Improve Chinese tourists as well as Chinese assistance to Nepal with the mega projects like Ring Road expansion, building Pokhara International Airport, Upper Trisuli, White City Hydro Project, and many more. could justify the opening of branch office by the Chinese bank or enter into a joint venture. I would also like to take this opportunity to expand legal formalities to establish a foreign bank in Nepal. There are several legal formalities to be fulfilled during the process, which includes foreign direct investment, FDI, approval by the Nepalese Central Bank, among others. For the Chinese bank to be incorporated in Nepal, after getting FDI approval, according to the laws of Nepal, the shares need to be brought by the Chinese nationals after getting FDI approvals. According to the law of Nepal, 30% of the shares of foreign bank technically operating in Nepal must be available for the Nepalese citizens to purchase. For that, all existing banks will be ready to buy a certain percentage of the said 30% and the rest to the local business people. The Chinese bank would not be only make it easy for Chinese tourists visiting Nepal, but would also promote bilateral trade and investment. As such, a bank would facilitate cross-border financial transactions, which is needed for the present time. Even though Nepal is very rich in water resources, the existing banks don't have enough funds to finance mega hydro projects, which is crucial energy which Nepal needs. I therefore submit to you that Nepal needs a Chinese bank for now more than ever before. Thanks for your time, patience. Live long Nepal-China cooperation and friendship. May peace and prosperity prevail throughout the world. Namaste and thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Speaker Professor Ding Sei. Her topic is the status quo and characteristics of the development of county-level cultural and tourist industry in Tibetan area. Thank you.
This research is based on our team members. Today the topic is the status quo and the characteristics of the development of continental culture and tourism industries in Tibet. I was speaking English and Chinese. First, let me introduce the background. Culture and tourism industries developing very quickly in China. Tibet became the national tourism zone since 2015. Culture and tourism industry is the pillar industry in Tibet. 我的这个题目呢，就是西藏县域文化文旅产业的这个发展现状和特点。我先来介绍一下这个背景，就是在咱们国家文旅产业近期发展的非常快，特别是在西藏。那西藏呢是在2015年开始构建全域旅游。而且现在呢，这个文旅产业已经成为西藏的支柱产业。Here's a picture of the expenditure on culture and recreation as percentage of consumption expenditure. The red line is the urban households, the blue line is the China households, and the green line is the rural households. You can see almost the urban households is the highest, and the rural households is the lowest, and China households is 4.6%。这个图呢，就是这个文化相关产业支出的占总支出的一个百分比。最高的是城镇居民，然后最低的是农村居民，中间的是全国居民。那城镇居民是5.5%，平均下来到2017年，那么全国是4.6%，在农村是2.4%。 Here the figure of percentage of value added of culture and related industries in GDP. The blue bar is the China and the red bar is Tibet. And the data for Tibet is only 2015, 2016, and 2017。这张图呢是文化相关产业增加值在 GDP 当中所占的一个比重。蓝的那个柱形图呢是全国的一个水平。红的呢是西藏的，西藏只有3年的。从这个图里面也可以看，西藏还是比全国要低。Based on the figure, Tibet percentage is lower than the average level. This figure is about the increasing rate of number of visitors in Tibet per year. In 2007, it decreased quickly for almost half, and then in 2008 it increased so quickly because of the accident. And in 2016, the number is 10.6%. So the visitors in Tibet increased quickly. 这个呢就是每年西藏入境西藏旅游人数的一个年增加率。就在2007年是下降了将近44.5%，在2008年又反弹到145.76%，这个呢都是根据国家统计局公布的数据。This figure is about the increasing rate of tourism earnings per year in Tibet. Also, it's correlated with the last figure. In 2008, it decreased, and in 2009, increased very quickly. After that, every year it increased. 这张图呢是关于每年西藏旅游收入的一个年增量增加幅度。也是在2008年是一个比较大的一个降幅，超过了50%，达到53.45%。到2009年呢又高幅反弹到了147.88%。那么后面几年呢都是连续的上升，只不过上升幅度呢有高有低。Here is a figure about the investment in fixed assets of culture and related industries in Tibet. Some years increased quickly and some years dropped down. In 2014 and 2016, dropped down for 20.2% and 61.13%. 这张图呢是关于西藏文化相关产业固定资产投资的一个情况。从2008年到2017年，除了2014和2016比较大的降幅之外，基本上都是上升的。这张图实际上是说明在西藏，它之所以能够成为一个支柱产业，实际上是源于它的一个高投入。Based on the background, we try to generate the index of culture and tourism industry development in County level. This index includes five indexes. One is economic development, the second is road traffic, the third is current status of culture and tourism industry, the fourth is resources of culture and tourism industry, the last one is support of county government. So the total index includes five indexes. And after 这个我们是要解释一下，就是我们基于刚才的这样一个背景呢，就是我们想做一个就是县域的这个文旅产业发展的一个指数。这个指数呢，我们包括了下面的这个5个一级指数，一个是经济发展，一个是道路交通，一个是文旅产业发展现状，还有就是文旅产业的一个资源情况，还有就是县域政府的一个支持程度。The first level is the 5 the 5 indexes, and then we have another indexes to generate the first level. The index of culture and tourism industries in the industry development in country level include economic development indexes. 10 indexes, 10 scores include overall economy status, and it include 3 indexes, urbanization procedures, 2 indexes, gap between rural and urban, 1 index, enterprise status or in county have 6 indexes. 这个呢，就是这个总体指标下面又分为5个小的指标，每个小指标里面呢又下分第三级指标。第三级指标里面，就是在经济发展这个指标当中，我们又有了整体的经济情况，有3个小指标构成，然后是城镇化的进程有2个指标，然后是城乡差距有1个指标，还有是县域的这个企业的规模、企业状况是有6个指标。Then the road traffic index, the score is 10. So we include traffic calming environment. We have 3 indexes: infrastructure, 8 indexes, location 4 indexes, traffic cost 1 index. 这个就是交通道路这个指标呢，是总共分值是10，然后在100分当中是10，然后它包括了交通便利程度有3个下级指标，还有是这个基础设施状况是8个指标，然后它的地理位置是4个指标，然后它的这个交通成本是1个指标。The current status of culture and tourism industry. The score is 35. Include culture industry status. We have 3 indexes. Tourism industry status. We have 3 indexes. Employment of culture and tourism industry. We have 2 indexes. And then enterprises. We have 12 indexes. Tourist attractions 9 indexes. 然后是它现在的这个人力产业发展情况，我们用下一级指标包括了文化产业状况有3个指标，然后是旅游状况3个指标，然后是就业状况有2个指标，还有是企业状况12个指标，和这个旅游业的旅游的谢业有9个指标。Resources of culture and tourism industry the score is 20. We include culture products 2 indexes, festival resources 2 indexes, culture infrastructure 5 indexes, material culture heritage 5 indexes, intangible culture heritage 5 indexes, nature environment 3 indexes, and quality culture resources 7 indexes. 那我们设计了一个人与产业发展的一个资源指标。这里面就是文化产品资源有2个指标，然后节庆资源有2个指标，文化基础设施有5个指标，然后物质文化遗产和非物质文化遗产各有5个指标，然后是自然环境，以及这个没有开发的文化资源有7个指标。And then the last is the support of county government. The score is 25. We include culture and tourism industry development plan and projects. We have 2 indexes: development funding 6 indexes, some specific work 7 indexes. 最后一个就是县域政府对于人力产业的支持程度，这个它是否有就是相关的这个发展规划和项目是2个指标，然后是发展基金16个指标，然后是一些具体的工作是7个指标。And here is the map of China. That is the county level map of China. We have investigated 71 counties in China. The Tibet also included. 这个是我们调查的71个县文化产业状况的一个地图显示。它就是从东部、中部和这个西部，就是维度地区都包括了。In this map, we can see the red region is what we have investigated. 这个就是那个红色的，就是我们标出来的我们调查的这个县域。这个是一个就是我们要做这些71个县的总指数。这次这个 presentation 我只是给出了其中有关西藏的。We have calculated the total index for 71. Because of time limitation, I will go through quickly. First, we standardize the data, use the formula, and then we calculate the weights by SPL method, and then we calculate the category indexes.
2 minutes left. Thank you.
就是我们用一些那个计量的方法，这个我就过去了。然后we show the country, culture, and the tourism industry in Tibet. We have 10 countries. We have the index, total index, and then we have the 5 indexes. The total index we can see that the highest is 33.38 and the lowest is 13.8. And then the gap is large. And the economy, road, traffic status, resources support also have shown in this table. We also have the rank, but not shown in this table. Now we go to the conclusions. 就是这样这个图呢，就给出了这个西藏10个县的它的地产一个发展指数，最高值是33.38，最低值是13.08，它总值是100分。然后是它的5个相关指数的一个计算情况。The conclusion includes in development level culture and tourism industries low in Tibet. There are obvious gaps between different counties in Tibet. Economic development level is not the leading factor which affected on culture and tourism industry. Infrastructure should be developed in the future. 结论包括第一个就是文旅产业在西藏发展的这个情况还是不容乐观的，就是它因为我们算出来的指数它很低。第二一个就是在不同的县域之间是有明显的差距的，就是它最高值是33.38，最低值是13.08，所以这个差距还是比较大的。然后第三一个就是它的我们以前都认为文旅产业发展肯定需要经济，但是实际上我们算出来，就是经济不是唯一的重要的因素。就换句话说，你可以抛掉经济因素，可以实现后来者居上。然后今后呢，就是文旅产业的这个基础设施要加强建设。Resources on culture and tourism industry is abundant in Tibet, but how to make them to push the development of the industry is not easy. Support by the county government is so important, but different county have different levels of support. 就是文旅产业的在西藏文旅产业资源很丰富，但是如何把它们纳入到这个文旅产业发展当中，推动文旅产业发展，其实是一个非常难的问题。然后这个县域的政府支持很重要，但是不同县域之间确实是体现出来，但它这个支持力度是不一样的。That's all my presentation. Thank you very much.
In Chamado Karo district of Tibet, a case study of Karo show traditional handicraft in Gama Township. Let's welcome.
这次交流的机会，我今天给大家一块儿交流的是西藏昌都卡若区藏族传统手工艺群体研究，以噶玛乡嘎雪传统手工艺为例。
Good morning, everyone. I'm glad that the meeting gave me the opportunity to speak. Today, my topic is the study on Tibetan traditional handicraft group in Changdu Karo district of Tibet.
20世纪后半程，文化与社区构成了历史学新的维度，对一个群体的历史肖像的苏醒，也变得更为生动有趣。当我们将目光凝聚到嘎雪手工艺工匠这一社会群体上时，原先对藏文化中对工匠的偏见和误解逐一消除，寺院与手工艺工匠群体之间的互动被具化为信仰与技艺之间的关系，而这些转变对重新审视西藏的宗教世俗命题具有重要的意义。
In the second half of the 20th century, culture and community form a new dimension of history, and the sketches of historic portraits of a group became more vivid and interesting when we gathered our eyes on the social group of the craftsmen of Gashu. Previously, the prejudice and misunderstanding of artisans in Tibetan culture were eliminated one by one. The interaction between the temple and the craftsmanship group was transformed into the interaction between faith and skill. And this transformation has a vital importance to re-examine the religious and the secular position in Tibet.
噶玛乡位于昌都市卡罗区的最北部。历史上，昌都地区是噶玛噶举派传统浓厚的地区，因为精湛的手工技艺闻名于世。其中以噶玛乡的手工艺最具代表性。
The Gama township is located in the northmost part of Karo district of Chengdu city, in the Jiachu River basin. Historically, Chengdu area is a region with strong tradition of Gama Gaju school and is famous for its exquisite handicraft, among which the handicraft of Gama township is the most representative.
噶玛乡的手工艺传统可以上溯到噶萨尔王传说的时代。在噶萨尔王号领大战中，就关于霍尔托德王及其后四子孙以铁匠手艺著称的记载。
A widely spread saying in the local area is that the history of the local craft in Gama can be traced back to the first generation of Gamaga Dusong Qinba during the construction of the Kama temple. It was designed by the local artisan Doritang and invited a large number of craftsmen from the mainland and Nepal, including 2 princes from Nepal. Later, some craftsmen stayed and married and had children in the local area, generally forming generations of Gama craft traditional.
追溯噶玛乡的手工艺的历史传统，可以得出，噶玛手工艺与藏传佛教有着密切的联系。
Tracing back to the historic tradition of Gashu handicraft in Gama township, it can be concluded that the Gashu handicraft is closely related to the Tibetan Buddhism.
被认为是19世纪昌都一带最有名的画师工匠，他创造了一种对于经验主义的突破式画法，被称为康制风格。 在19世纪末到20世纪初，关于康区的手工艺工匠都是普布茨人的弟子。
普布茨人 was considered to be the most famous painter in the craftsman in the area of Chengdu in the 19th century. He created a breakthrough style for the scholasticism known as the Kang style. From the end of the 19th century to the beginning of the 20th century, the craftsmen who were active in the Kang district was apprentices of him.
现代业基本维持了僧人与工匠共同主导手工艺的局面。这一状况随着西藏传统宗教社会的改变而迅速改变。传统手工艺流散到世俗的家庭中，家族构成了手工艺群体独特的小规模社会结构，逐渐脱离寺院的经济系统，而成为独立的社会阶层，并拥有自我话语权。
The current situation of handicraft inheritance in Gama Township in the first half of the 20th century, monks and craftsmen joined dominated the handicraft industry, which has changed rapidly with the change of traditional religious society in Tibet, and traditional crafts were scattered in the secular families. Families constitute the unique small-scale social structure of the craftsman group, gradually break away from the monastery's economic system and become an independent social stratum and has the right to speak.
手工艺人通常以家族形态呈现，即一个家族亲属都是从事相关手工艺的工匠，一个村落很容易形成一个单一行业的人群构成的这个聚落。以比鲁村为例，该村有16户人家，其中以15户从事手工艺制作。
Individual craftsmen can't accomplish complicated handicraft work by themselves. Craftsmen are usually presented in the form of family. That is, a family relative is a craftsman engaged in the related handicraft. It is easy for the village to form a settlement composed of people of a single industry. For example, the village has 6 families, of which 15 are engaged in the handicraft manufacture.
当代手工艺传承的主要方式，亲族间的亲缘纽带，同时也是技艺传承的纽带。今天，噶玛乡的藤卡画师都尊奉依然健在的老画师噶玛德勒为他们的共同老师。
Family inheritance has become the main way of handicraft inheritance in Gama Township. The kinship ties between families are also the ties of inheritance of skills. Today, all Tanka artists in Gama Township honor the still living old painter as their common teacher.
在手工艺工匠群体内部，相互间更习惯于使用家户的概念。
Some group they are more accustomed to the concept of household.
群众提起那些延续数代的古老家伙时，无不报以尊重。手工艺工匠们都希望自己能在那些有威望的方面下学习技艺的经历，并十分热衷于展示自己同这些方面的亲戚关系。
Village in the Zuru of Gama Township show their respect when they mention ancient families that have the latest for the generations. All the craftsmen want to have the experience of learning skills from the prestigious household. They are also keen to show off their relationship with the household.
拥有房名的家户努力维护家谱的声誉，房名某种程度上约束了手工艺工匠们的日常行为。噶玛乡手工艺匠人除以技艺著称外，在生活中也以严谨清朴著称。他们远离烟酒，对酥油茶保持克制，特别爱惜自己的手和眼睛。
Household with coming struggle maintain their reputation. Coming restricted the daily behavior of craftsmen to some degree. Craftsmen in Gama are famous not only for their craftsmanship, but also for their rigorous and painful life. They stay away from smoke and wine and restrained over butter tea. It is said that smoke, wine, butter tea, and so on make the painter's hand sharp and cannot perform fine operations.
比如村、瓦寨村、温达岗村等，这些几乎全是手工匠人的村落，正是在这种房名制度的约束下，呈现出了良好的文明风貌，过着有时在外人看来甚至有些清苦的日常生活。
Almost all craftsmen show a good civilization style under the restraint of the coming system and lead a daily life that sometimes seems to be a little bit bitter to others, outsiders.
在西藏现代社会生活中，噶举的手工艺工匠群体作为一个社会阶层，产生出阶层内部彼此之间的认同，彼此之间相互照顾、相互扶持，一方面构成了这个社会阶层内部的流动，包括婚姻、相互学习手艺以及商业层面的合作。互助关系。
The story, the group of casual craftsmen products the identity of each other, which in the stratum based on the identity of the same social stream attribute besides the common regions and consanguinity. On the other hand, mutual care and support constitute the internal mobility of this social stratum, including marriage, mutual learning of crafts, and cooperation and mutual assistance at the commercial level.
另一方面，其中拥有资金实力和社会地位的手工艺工匠，开始越来越多地担负起了社会责任，围绕手工艺工匠群体社会生活中所面临的困难，展开具有慈善性的活动。
On the other hand, the craftsmen with financial stress and social status began to assume more and more social responsibility, carry out charitable activities around the difficult faced by the craftsmen in their social life.
地域手工艺流派的旅程，其代表了某种象征意义的社会共同体，共同的记忆与记忆以及历史传统。 共同构筑起嘎血与嘎之画派之间的浓厚的情感依赖，在传统文化的语境里，连同那些记忆中的记忆，被以全新的方式呈现，使之成为手工艺工匠人精神之象。
CASS is not only the same origin handicraft group, also as a symbolic social community. The common skills, memories, and historical traditional together build up the emotion depends between the Cashew and CASS painting group in the context of the traditional culture. The skills in the memory are the present in a new way, which become as a spiritual home of craftsmen.
谢谢大家。
Thanks, Josh Dilip.
Very detailed, wonderful case study. And now we have Professor Ai Jiwu. Her topic is a little bit longer, please be patient. The cultural space and modes of intangible cultural heritage protection and sustainable development in ethnic groups with less population. A case study of Mumba, Loba, and Deng in Lingzhi, Tibet. Welcome. You are encouraged to speak as short as possible. Thank you.
So many thanks to the Mr. Noble, Mr. Cao, and our professors, our colleagues, and the scholars from Nepal. I just gave a little explain for my title, Regional Cultural Space and the Modes of the Intangible Cultural Heritage Protection and Sustainable Development in Ethnic Groups with Less Population. So I give through ethnic groups, Menba, Loba, and Deng. But you know, there are 56 ethnic groups in China were recognized as Minzu. But some small groups have been not recognized as Minzu. We just call the Ren means people, like Deng people. But Menba, Loba have been recognized as Minzu, so we call them Bazu, Lobazu. So I use the word ethnic groups to express three ethnic groups, Menba, Loba, and Deng. So the first, I will give the introduction. Ethnic groups with less population. So there are 28 ethnic groups ethnic group with less population. So it's half of the recognized ethnic groups as Minzu. But it's not included Deng people. So in this paper, I will express together. So the protection and inheritance of traditional culture of these ethnic groups with less population have to face more serious situation than the ethnic groups with more population. That's why, because with the dramatic change of the social and natural
environmental change, and also due to less population, so they have to face more serious situation. From the anthropological views, culture is produced from their given nature and social environment. So culture has variously have a regional feature which influence on his technical issues, and furthermore influence to his social issues and its ideology. That means cultures come from the given nature and social environment. China is a multiple ethnic group country, so the distributed character of the ethnic groups is one ethnic group living together in a small region and standard live together with other ethnic groups. I give an example. Memba people, Memba Zhu living together in a small village, but the next village perhaps Tibetan ethnic groups or other ethnic groups. So although the ethnic group has their the culture of the ethnic groups have their own distinct character, but the different culture of the ethnic groups, they are influenced together. So I think the culture, ethnic group culture in the same region have the same regional characters. So many intangible cultural heritages belong to the people of the region, are not to a certain ethnic group. So I think we should shift the perspective of intangible cultural heritage protection from a certain ethnic group and go to a view of regional cultural space. So I will discuss my view based on my field work on Memba, Loba, and Deng in Lingzhi, Tibet last year. The first part, I will give a general situation of the intangible cultural heritage of Memba, Loba, and Deng in Lingzhi. Memba, Loba, and Deng are living in southeastern Tibet. The population of Memba is over 10,000, and Loba is over 3,000, Deng is over 1,000, according to the 6th Chinese National Population Census in 2010. So this is the map. You'll see the area. I don't have the details, so just to show you. The area is quite near Kathmandu. In Lingzhi, there are 115 intangible cultural heritage, which are listed in the National Intangible Cultural Heritage List, including 4 levels and 10 categories. Although Memba, Loba, and Deng are small population, but they have 28 intangible cultural heritage, including 2 national level. I will give the list. The all intangible cultural heritage Memba, Loba, and Deng as 4 level. The third is municipal level, and the 4th is county level. So this is the list you can see. Analyzing the all intangible cultural heritage. 1 is folklore, and 5 are folk customers, 15 are traditional skills, 4 are folk dance, 1 is folk music, and 2 are traditional athletics. So more than half are traditional skills. The local government spent a lot of time to protect this intangible cultural heritage. They have the 3 models to protect this heritage. I will show some pictures. So in the second part, the modes of the protection and inheritance of intangible cultural heritage in Lingzhi. So the first is the productive modes. The productive modes means to produce some commercial goods according to the intangible cultural heritage and to sell, to make money. I'll give some cases. The first is baby. I think it's Loba baby, Loba traditional baby. And it's some goods, bags, pillars, and scarves. When some tourists go into the villages, you saw the women go to wedding like go to work every day. On the one hand, they get money to sell the goods, and on the other hand, the tourists can learn some stories from the women and learn some customs of Luoba. So this is stimulate the market. This is another case, the embodied chopstick, and this one is a stone pot. And this is another case, it's a bamboo baby. So some young people in this county, they have a factory to make some bamboo baby products, and then they make more money, get rid of the poverty. And this is a Menba costume. And this woman is the inheritor of the Menba costume. And it's a creative costume. So you see it's a very beautiful costume. And the second model is a performance model. The background is tourism. Ninja focus on the development tourism industry. So the performance and some athletics are very important for the tourists and also becomes a main model for the protection and inheritance of this intangible cultural heritage. They can perform some dancing and some dance and song like this. They have a series of festivals such as the Yaruzambu River Ecological Cultural Festival and the Peach Blossom Tourist Cultural Festival and so on. So you can see this picture is a Luoba traditional dance. Yeah, this is a house dressing festival in China. That's a dancing, traditional dancing, and this is rehearsal. And this one is traditional food of them. Okay. And the third model is a museum model. This one is a quite famous museum in Linzhi. Name is Miyang Hall. The museum name is the Cultural Heritage of Southeastern Tibet Museum. All exhibits come from Linzhi area and include the tribe categories, include the farming, hunting, costume, and religion, and so on. So this is another museum. It's a museum, the name is Lotus Top, Menba Luoba Historic and Cultural Heritage Museum. Yeah, they also show some architecture and religion and something in this museum of Luoba, Menba. So I think the third case is very important. Some small museums were built by the local people. I think it's very important to protect the intangible cultural heritage. So this self-consciousness of local people, I think is quite important. So the third part, I will give the prospective and analysis of three models. I gave the advantage and disadvantage. So the first, the first you can see they can make some money and creative transformation. Disadvantage is will destroy the heritage. So the second performance model to expand the influence and the popularity and make some money, but the disadvantage is commercial. So you can see many scholars criticize this model. The museum model advantage is called the Professional Institute of Collection, Research, Education, and Inheritance. But the disadvantage is culture cannot be protected with greater vigilance. So I will give the conclusion. By the UNESCO, they think the cultural space will be a very important, very important intangible cultural heritage form. So they gave the definition of the cultural space, include the time and the place. So the time space, cultural space name is temporary space, and the place, cultural space, physical space. So I think I'll give my conclusion of these pictures. The three models interact with each other in the temporary space and physical space, and form the regional cultural space. Because the intangible cultural heritage cannot be protected one by one, it also can be protected in integrity principle. So this is my idea. Thanks for your attention.
Last speaker, Professor Shui. Her topic is all attitude, attitude, livelihood, and modernity. Welcome. Thank you.
Mountain resident on China's southwestern periphery. Environment in southwest China is similar to Nepal. It's mountainous region. The distribution of ethnic group has close relation with the altitude. The vertical distribution of ethnic group is significant. My fieldwork has been done in Yunnan province. Yunnan's unique vertical distribution pattern of ethnic group provides an excellent perspective for study of cultural ecology. It means the ethnic group's long-established way of livelihood is adapted to its ecological niche. So they tend to live in a relatively fixed ecological niche in a certain region. In recent years, James Scott proposed an analytical approach different from that of cultural ecology, using discourse of dominance residents to analyze in the pre-modern society, the livelihood and the social structure as a self-valorization way adopted by the mountain residents a political choice to escape the state governance. So my question is, in the perspective of governance, does it mean that the altitude will no longer be a problem and the altitude will no longer make sense in the modern society? Through the fieldwork of the Zheang people in the southwest China, it shows that with the entry of the modern markets and the agricultural technology, the difference in altitude is constantly being overcome. Meanwhile, altitude obtain new ecological and cultural significance, and the relationship between people, things, and nature have been readjusting in this process. So the red circle in this map shows the distribution of Zheang people. They live in the China-Myanmar border. This is different branches of Zheang people. Yeah, they live in the mountainous region. They believe Buddhism. The vertical distribution of ethnic group in the Hong Prefecture, Yunnan province, shows that the Dai people live in the lowest altitude, below 1,500 meters. Then is Zheang people, who is higher than Dai. Then is Jingpo people, and the Li Su people people live the highest. Next, I will have a sugarcane plantation as a case to illustrate the relationship between altitude with modern agriculture technique. Yeah, there are two pictures can show here. Yeah, the traditional sugarcane varietals are not are only suitable for planting below an altitude of 1,300 meters. However, with the introduction of modern agricultural technology, such as variety selection, planting techniques, and pest control, the planting area of sugarcane have been expanding, and the limits of the altitude have been continually broken. I regard modern sugarcane as a crop to create equality, which overcome the altitude successfully. The reason why it is called modern crop is that the large-scale planting of sugarcane in the modern times, especially since 1980s, planting technology, transportation channels, and mechanized production are different from before. The globalization system is embedded in sugarcane production and consumption, which being completely different from the traditional era. This is the largest sugar factory in Yunnan province. The sugarcane product planted by the young people will transport to the factory to produce sugar. Yes, next I will talk about new ecological and cultural significance of altitude nowadays. Compared with the hot and humid valley, the climate in mountainous area is cooler and pleasant, which has become a significant advantage for tourism development. High-altitude mountains are attractive to urban residents living in the low-altitude areas. The change of living environment and the life rhythms of urban residents makes them yearn for the mountain life again. It's under the background that the target group of the tourist market is the urban residents and the tourists living in the valley. So this is the family inns in the village, which is transformed by the traditional architect. There are so many family inns was built in recent years. I first come to this village with just only one family inn, but after 3 years, there are a lot of family inns built up, and a standard hotel which invested by the government is built. Yeah, this is the women to collect white edible plants, which is offered to for the tourists. And another case to exemplify new ecological and cultural significance of altitude is the Water Sprinkling Festival. Yeah, the Water Sprinkling Festival is a grand celebration of ethnic groups living in Yunnan province. Many groups celebrate this festival. This shows different ethnic groups. The left is the Dai people. The right is the Duan people. Yes, in this festival, Dai people who live in the low altitude valley will go to the mountain to pick up the flowering branches of this plant. This plant local people call them 商见花, which only grow in the mountain with the altitude below 1,300 meters. They will to pick up these flowering branches in the morning to insert them on the bamboo fence of the pavilion as a decoration. And this pavilion is to birth the Buddha status. Yes, this is the Delang people's festival. And this is the Dai people. They will have a long journey from the valley to the mountain to experience to pick up the flowering branches and get the branches to decorate their pavilion. Yeah, so I think the journey from the valley to the mountain is to experience the different altitude and landscape. Difference in the altitude is still important in the current region. The flowering branches are the most important major plant in the festival because the flowering period is just during the water sprinkling festival. Its flower shape is just like a drop of water, so the branches and the leaves are green and large, so it has been selected as a symbolic plant for praying rain. So I will come to my concise conclusion. Yes, I think today the Delang people actually face two markets. One is the agricultural product market, mainly by the sugar cane, and the other one is the emerging ecotourism market. But the two markets has different mechanisms for dealing with the altitude differences. For sugarcane market, the altitude difference is equal in front of market. Altitude difference doesn't affect the market price. To get the market benefit, the altitude difference will be overcome to increase production. However, the emerging tourist market of Delang people takes advantage of altitude and emphasize the uniqueness and the superiority of mountainous area in climate, landscape, products, diet, ecological environment, and other aspects, so as to make the body feel the different experience of altitude through the traveling. So this is my presentation. Thank you for your patience.
Very nice case study and also very good critique thinking of modality. Now please allow me to hand over microphone to my colleague Professor Jiang. He will give us very brief package comment on 5 talks of all speakers. Please. Thank you.
Thank you. It was great countries. I love that. And also, I agree with your understanding of Siddhartha's philosophy thinking that everyone has the responsibility to build our country together with peaceful and prosperity, progress, and harmony. Thank you so much. You bring us a very, very, very interesting topic that is traditional handicraft. I love it too, especially in Tibetan area. And my question is that, could you please think of maybe Tibetan religious culture? How does Tibetan religious culture impact on the handcraft system? Okay, this question maybe we'll talk about at lunchtime. And it is
a great opportunity on cities. Professor Dean said, I would like to say that we are so proud of Professor Dean, and she is a distinguished economist of our institute and of CASS. Thank you so much. A very beautiful presentation. Today I remember she published many very important work in top journals, both in English and in Chinese, such as Economic Research Journal, which is the top one. Congratulations, dear. Today you bring the a case study in Tibetan, and you use the development index to make assessment on the development. Cultural industries development in Tibetan area. My suggestion, maybe a small question, is that will you please think of making a comparative study in between Tibetan area and other areas. Okay, and another beautiful lady scholar, Professor Ju Hong. She brings a very impressive presentation, and also Professor Shu Yu. Both of them made very deep investigation in Yunnan province. They made so deep investigation that I thought that Ju Hong and Shu Yu will come from Yunnan province, but actually not. They from North China. Yes, and for Ju Hong, I have a question that you mentioned, a very important question about intelligible inheritance, about conservation and protection or sustainable development, and also you mentioned 3 modes. My question is that the intelligible inheritance, intelligible inheritance, they maybe it has different styles. Please let me put it aside and we go back to the conservation and protection modes. They are different modes of the protection, 2 different ways between the conservation mode and the different style of intangible inheritance. This is my question. And for Shu Yu, it is very interesting. When I look at the beautiful pictures, I was surprised, and it's amazing. I love it very much. The altitude and livelihood and sustainable development. Modernity, it's a quite interesting topic, especially I know that different altitudes has different productions and then the different industries and modernity, or we call it the sustainable development. And also I have known, and Professor Su Yu told me about De'an. When we are at the airport, I learned a lot. Thank you so much for our 5 speakers. Thank you. And maybe we will leave 1 minute for Q&A.
Yes, this is my job. Any response from 5 speakers? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your great patience. And I hear footsteps of launching is approaching. Please allow me to announce it.
Respected professors, distinguished organizers, and all distinguished participants of this symposium, please accept my gratitude from my heart. First of all, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the organizers for giving me this great opportunity to attend and present my paper in this symposium. I have
prepared a research paper on the effects of neoliberalism in Nepali society. I am presenting this very shortly. I cannot provide my data here because of time limit. This research is about 150 pages, so I recited it and I present the findings of this research. Paper as I have already told you, it's neoliberalism and its effects in Nepali society. The neoliberal policies which have been practicing for 3 decades in Nepal will experience changes in many aspects of life. It's like social, economical, political and cultural life. This paper observes the effects and effects of neoliberalism in occupation, class relation, land holding, social relation and modes of production. The paper is findings of a politico-economic anthropological study from diversified multi-ethnic and multicultural society of Inner Tarai of Nepal, especially Chittagong. Methodologically, I studied this, I researched this paper in ethnography as a style. My data is from qualitative data from key informants interviews and direct observation as well. And I have gathered some quantitative secondary data from different authorized sources as well. As historical materialism is not only the methodological approach but also the theory for measurement of human evolution. This is the theory and perspective to understand the characteristics of society. Thus, I attempt Marxist perspective, especially historical materialist theory. Series of neoliberal practice affect and effect. Firstly, in Nepal, neoliberal policy initially was introduced from economic liberalization program through the structural adjustment program in 1985. It was implemented in full-fledged extent after in the early 1990s, the liberal government privatized state-owned enterprises like Gudi Kagas Karkhana, paper industry, Alishiki Tile Karkhana, brick industry, Baswari Chalajutta Karkhana, leather processing industry. We are installed with the friendly cooperation of the People's Republic of China and former USSR. It is thirdly, Nepal became the member of World Trade Organization in 2004, whereas it had already been member of IMF since 1961. Those institutions regulate global finance and trade. Being the member of those, it became more open to the international traders, importers and other merchants. Fourthly, there emerged more or less 30 commercial banks. It was 32 once, and now it is 28 being fluctuated, and it is merging now. So it became 28 from 32. More or less 30 I wrote, and more than that of development banks, finance companies, microfinances, and saving and credit cooperatives. Whereas there were only 2 each commercial banks and development banks, and were mainly agriculture-based cooperatives until 1985. They aggressively mobilized a big amount of capital, cash money in the society. Fifthly, In the same time, private English schools were immersed not only in the big cities but also to the small cities and even to the villages for competing international labor market, and in the name of quality education, there became a trend to enroll their children to the private English school, which grew the expenses of people, whereas school level education in community schools was free. Sixthly, in the same time, Nepal government officially allowed Nepali manpower to the international capitalist market. The government registered manpower supply companies. They recruited many agents and they mobilized to the villages who were collecting youths. The banks and financial institutions and even cooperatives were investing them or overseas. As a migrant worker, as a result, lack of workforce in the villages for their farming, big amount of remittance expended for consuming to their dependents. 20% of remittance being used in consuming. In rural area, there was still existing bonded labor. There was still existing bonded labor. In local language, Arwa, they who plow the land, they who was living at landlords or rich peasants' house and plow their land, Arwa, and available sufficient manpower until 1990s. Gradually, landlordship has eliminated. They either migrated to the cities or changed their occupation, or they became tools like tractor and thresher. That was tools, but it became means of production as well. Because of absence of young manpower and other causes, peasants don't have auction power now. They had auction power. Every peasants had auction power till 1990, but now they don't have auction power to grow their land. They are dependent upon elites' tools for cultivation. Formerly, poor were exploited plowing elites' land, and now elite plows poor's land but exploits again. It means the poor people, they were exploited by elites, plowing elites, landlords field, landlords land, and now these peasants' tools, they give tractor or thresher plows to the poor, or again the elites again exploits. That shows the relation of production changed now. Feudal relation of production is changed to the capitalist relation of production. Due to the extension of banks, they found big amount of capital which contributed to the mobilization of money that promoted mercantilism everywhere. It promoted to land exchange even in villages. Arable land has become commodity. It is being fragmented and filled up by debris and concrete. Almost all of the young are outside of village. Most of them are abroad. Some other are living in cities for employment. They send remittance to their spouse. Their parents have become dependent on daughter-in-law. The families are almost nuclear, whereas it was joint until 1990s. Effects from different points of view. I carry some effects of neoliberal policy. From landholding system, land has been the means of production, but now it has become a commodity as well. Category of social class being lesser, but of establishment and elaboration of BFIs and cooperatives. Rural people also at the reach of financial resources, so that there has improvement of economic activities. Mode of production has become only cash. Mode of payment has become only cash money instead of good, as there was remaining barter system and labor exchange system. They are going to be a history now. From application of sophisticated media and technology point of view, societies were overwhelmingly influenced by neoliberal modernity. It has shortened the working hour as well. From forest usage point of view, ban of forest product, increased import of LP gas for cooking food, 3% it is changed. 20% of the remittance goes to food purchase and celebration. From the elaboration of culture, it has different than before. Western civilization has penetrated even in countryside. Festivals have become endangered. Rather, the foreign culture is practicing. Nepali indigenous culture is going to vulnerability. From occupation point of view, rural people have changed their profession different than before. Young men from the peasants family have become carpenter, electrician, mason, plumber, sanitary fitter, hotel worker, factory worker, and many others. From the elaboration of market point of view, opening many grocery from even in villages and establishment of big shopping centers, supermarkets in the city. From employment point of view, one of the major effects of neoliberalism is increment of unemployment and alienation of rural people from the means of production in rural society. From cultural point of view, Nepalese indigenous cultures and even oriental culture are vanishing. Humanity is shadowed under capital earning. From kinship point of view, kinship relation being formal, youth are out of their home, elders and children are waiting for support, but neighbors have become closer than their children and siblings. From empowerment point of view, one of the significant impact of the neoliberalism is women empowerment. Daughter-in-laws have become familiar due to the overseas job. It was daughter-in-law, position of daughter-in-law was very poor before 1990. Mass number of rural people being isolated from their means of production and they are becoming proletariat. Nepali labor power is not peasant now. They were peasant during till 1990s. Rather, they are proletariats of 21st century now. The data shows that 30% of people of agriculture from agriculture sector are decreased during 30 years, and 6% people are adding in tertiary sector in 10 years. That means Nepali labor power is proletariat rather than peasants. Superstructural change. Revolutionary movements led communist democratic parties, different socio-economical movements have principal role to change the superstructure. And direct and indirect influence of globalization and neoliberal modernity, especially direct influence of neoliberalism, has the key role to change the foundation of the society. Conclusion. Looking from the anthropological eye, socio-economic practices of neoliberalism has been isolating peasants from their means of production and even from the attachment of land, proletarianizing peasants and artisans, vanishing the rival land, commoditization of land, producing proletariats, making capitalist market of cheap labor and fetishized goods, post-modernist way of life and thinking, destructing not only the native family structure but also the social values of potential culture, weakening the feudalistic base of social structure, capitalization of society, identity politics instead of class politics, weakening the nation state. Thank you, Cecil and Tassi.
Thanks, Professor Pockrell's important speech. So we don't have so many time to discuss deeply, so we just invite Professor Wu Xi to give us briefly comments and review. Thank you.
Okay, my dear Daily program, it's my pleasure to get an understanding about the new liberalism for Nepali today. As we know that, we just more encourage the knowledge technology from the 6 parts of under the marketing system, the change for the people. As you know, liberty, the change for liberty, also the change for China in the past periods. We know that market economy, good opportunity, also good challenge, So, as especially the modernization of a society, we need to face, but also need to keep the rational manner to make the judgment. We see market economy is time, but the market also is opportunity. Yes, but I do believe that I have a general, based on my field investigations, I truly believe that Nepali, number one important is for what? Education. Your country has so many private education. This is greatly completely different from China. Public education, especially basic public education, is the base for a country. If you want to have a country ideology should based on the public education, but too many private companies. So how to do education, how to educate the country usefulness, your country need, the today, even the future. So middle school, even the high school, even the high university education, very necessary to strengthen the public education. So also I know that private company, banking, even the system of marketing, especially the manpower, the change, same. Even the change, the rural tourists compared with the city, the manpower, different changes, even the land ownership, same. This is challenge. But I'm sure today the experience of China, even experience of advanced countries, is also benefit, good reference for people. They can study the past experience and study more and do more, analyze more. You will benefit more. Thank you.
So it's very interesting. We invite the second speaker, Professor Liu Haichao. He will give us the topic is the evolution and perspective of the relationship between the Communist parties in Nepal and the Communist Party of China. Please.
Thank you to the invitation of conference organizer. I have opportunity to participate in this meeting. The topic of my speech is the current situation, characteristics, and prospects of the inter-party communication between the Communist Party of Nepal and the Communism Party of China. This is the context including 4 aspects. The first is the political responsibility and its realistic values to the ruling party. The second, analysis of the political base of communication between the 2 parties. The third, the current situation and the characteristics of the context between the 2 parties. The fourth is conclusion. This is part 1. As we all know, political responsibility is very important for the major political party in any country. It is a key foundation for winning the support of voters or people and enhance increasing international influence. Therefore, it's very necessary to investigation the two parties in contact. The first, I think, official engagement depends on Dominican public response. The main purpose of the party is to enhance its reputation at home by showing the powerful capabilities to communication with the outside world, especially the big countries such as the United States, China, India. The party is very important. Of course, the contacts between the CP and the CPC also need to consider Dominican public's reaction. Second, the interest is very important. The interests of political parties are highly correlated with national interest. In order to give power, the foreign political or any nation political party should fully consider the national interests. Otherwise, the attractiveness of domestic public opinion is likely to cause major setbacks in the internal image of specific political parties. The last, the political decision of political party have historic inertia in order to highlight difference and gain support. The core position of most political parties remain unchanged for a long time. With a strong historical continuity and stability, most parties may be ever change their party's political. This is part 2. Analysis political based on the two-party contactors. As you all know, after long struggles, the same PA in April has been in ruling party now, but this is a condition for a long time. Combined with developed history and major political opinions of CPA, we find that contactors between the two parties have a relatively specific political base. First, ideological and political values are basically consistent. The CP has long advocated modern thoughts, especially believe in revolutionary roles of the encircling the city's armed slew of power. In the 1990s, the originally split CP moved towards reunification again. This means that the faction represents a core political force of the CP basically recognize the parliamentary struggle line. This transformation reflects the strategic shift the CP to gain power as soon as possible. So combined with the specific situation struggle of the CP in the parliament, it's now difficult to find that the CP always uphold guided principle of Marxism-Leninism and modern thoughts. This policy become an important ideological prerequisite for the interaction and close up between the two parties. Second, the struggle for power is very hard and spend a long time. During this table, we can see 2006, 2018, the CP unit Marxism and the CP more than formally announced the measure. The measure party named the CP and also guideline ideological is Marxism. This position would have large consolidation, the dominant position of the party in the parliament. The third is the current governance is face a similar international environment. Due to the huge difference in ideological and political ideas, the ruling CP in face various perils in international community. For example, the United States and other Western countries, including the Democrats, dominate the left-wing party in power and may secretly suppose other non-pro-military parties to shrink and balance the CPA. Similarly, the China now also under pressure from this international community due to the U.S. war. This is a part 3, the correct situation and characteristics about the two-party contacts. The first part is about the situation, including 3 parts. The first, the CPA take an activity part in China's one belt and one rule initiative. And the second, actively carry out the monetary party cooperation and interaction in party affairs. And the third, focus on specific political for economic, social developments, and cultural developments. Let's see this table. Since 2018, we can see the CPA come to China in charges. The first one is the head State President of Nepal. The second, the ballot road invitation. And the second, also the high use communication. The third is the education communication about some university in Xi'an province. Table 2, we also can see most about the party affairs cooperation, such as the first one is governing the party and the country, hoping to stress cooperation in all along the way. The second, we can see go to China's Guangxi autonomous regions and understand the local rural grassroots party building work. This is very important. The last one is also part of, the third is the cultural communication in Hubei province in China, cooperation, economic cooperation, party communication, and economic trade cooperation. We can see the different places in Zhejiang province, Hubei province, and they learn something about in Hubei province, we can see the hydropower development practice. In Zhejiang province, learn from the successful practice of Jiaxing hope to stress exchange and operation between two sides. The table 4, we can also see the theory of communication in Beijing. They hope to maintain the theoretic, creative, and the creative path of socialism with Nepalese characteristics. The last one is the international communication. So, from this condition, we can see that the characteristic of connected between parties have 3 parts. The first is embodied and initial attempt of the CP carried out to balance diplomacy of the great power. In order to give more developed space, the CP has stressed its contact with China to balance India flows to a large extent, which also contributes a long-term stability of the CP in the domestic governance. The second, we can see one-way communication, and China is the most many platform is quite aware. Why this thing? I think the CP has in power for a short time and has relatively insufficient in presence. So it's very necessary to actively learn from relevant of the CPC. The second is the inter-Asian political party has impact the speed for strategic cooperation between two parties. This is a win-win action. The entire contract between parties dominated communist coordinating of the position and prevented common interests, such as China having network communication, water conservation facilitated, and road construction, where it is important. This all helped the CP give greater power in the various election in the future. At the same time, it also helped China gradually change China's geographic landscape. Last is my conclusion. As based on the individual academic values, I think the following aspects are likely to become main topic for the two-party dependent exchange. The first one promotes the breadth and depth of exchange with all-round economic cooperation. As a developing country, developing economic is very important. The second is necessary to carry out multi-level security and party training exchange. Now China can help Nepal conduct exchange in party affairs. This practice will help CP improve the theory levels and practical improvements of the construction of ruling party in short time. The last one is the CPC is open up and change various political party group. In addition, dealing with the CPC should maintain normal relations with the major political party member, not only the CPA, such as the Nepal Congress and so on. This is a long way to develop two-country relations. So, to sum up, promoting exchange between the two parties are many ways to promote positive development of bilateral relations, which is the correct choice for both sides to have a win-win situation. That's all. Very thank you for your communication.
And brief review and comments, please.
First, I speak some Chinese, then I speak English. 这个刘海超老师呢，第一次能够在国际场合用英语大胆的表现自己，这是我觉得我感到非常骄傲，因为我们是很在意。这样毛主义或者叫做当前的他们毛主义中期联盟跟UML 联合马列。那么这个政党呢，他们确实是发展很快，他们从一个革命党到一个执政党，他们的经历因为我是多年进行考察，这个考察我的感觉就是说。进入到执政党以后，和我们中国共产党呢有很多相似，也有很多区别，所以呢相互吸收、相互学习、借鉴，可以说对我们当前都是一个非常重要的，尤其是毛主义政党这个尼泊尔共产党在南亚国家都有很大的影响，他们的很多作为、行为、做法呢，都对我们南亚Many years ago, I visited the province 6, province 5. I entered the jungle. I knew that the Maoists, even compared with China CPC, we have experienced the process from the revolutionary party to a dominant party. So compared with the two parties, I think we have a lot of similarities. But also we have big differences. But both parties, but we know that the party for CPN, they have a lot of contributing ideas, even the progress organized this country, also gave a big guidance for this country, especially in recent 3 or 5 years, 3 years. I think change. So this based on the study, also study from the neighbor countries and exchange ideas with China's side, and also I think it is is a collective source of different parties, different aspects of Nepalese societies. So I do wish that the exchange program will continue. The longer the better. Especially we need also use some of the similarities we study also to achieve the goals, the common goals for both CPN and CPC. So, sorry, this time not permitted, just several words. Thanks.
Do we invite the Professor Ban Mani Pundil, please mention people? Sorry, I pronounced it.
Thanks, CASS, for giving me an opportunity to participate and sharing of my findings from the Himalayan regions of Central Nepal among the scholars. My presentation topic is the rhythms of life in the Himalayas, seasonality and sociality among the nation's people. And my paper is based on my PhD field work in National Valley in the year 2012 and 2014, and post-PhD study among the peoples. And working, sitting, watching, talking, and listening to the peoples and their environment were the way of understanding the relations or rhythms of life in the Himalaya. The study area where I did my study in the Nasus Valley lies in the south, between the Annapurna mountain range and the Manaksuru mountain range in the southwest and the northwest correspondingly. Vertically, the valley is situated from 1,645 to 8,145 meters from the sea level, which create a wide diversity in the weather patterns at a given time of the year in different altitude and location. The spring season, for instance, come earlier in the lower altitude and later in the higher altitude. The fall seasons begin earlier in the high altitude and later in the lower altitude. That is the weather patterns. That means the weather pattern is varied in that region. Agriculture, livestock, and trade are the main pillar of livelihood for the people. In the southern part is my bedside. And how I did my research. But I did not wait there with the research questions. When I was there and sitting with the people, talking with them and listening to them, I found that how the seasonalities and the socialities are interconnected with each other. And it was on 29 September 2012, I was at Wagrece pasture land, one of the high pasture land of Nathi village. It was one of the high pasture land of the Nathi village. On the day, I was talking with the orders about the availability of ground grasses for the livestock. Ganjaman, the elders order said the Nauru Soiba almost begins to eat the ground grasses on the meadow gradually will go to brown and finally die. Leaves on the trees will start to fall. It will call the Nauru Soiba. It varies by altitude. It started earlier in the high altitude and later in the lower altitude. With the beginning of Nauru Soiba, orders also start to move their hordes to downward to protect them from the cold. After the few days, later I met two orders at the Kromche grazing land that is located in the quite lower altitude. It was 3,100 to 3,200 meters from the sea level. And I went to them and began my informal conversations with them. I wanted to hang out the terms Nauru Soiba there here and Wagrece and ask them about concept of Nauru Soiba at Kromche, because I wanted to know the interconnectedness between the seasonalities and socialities. One order said, at the beginning of October, the dewfall started to fall here at Kromche, which is located in 3,100 meters or 3,200 meters approximately. Thereafter, the ground grasses begin to turn into the brown and it will be almost dry up by the mid-October. You know, we have our own customary law that regulates the movement of the livestock. It restricts to enter the cattle to the village and it surrounds it because one cut generally on 16th October. We therefore only move our horse on 14 or 15 October from here. Sultan, a local orders narrated. And the next one, it was on 16th May 2013 at Nacha village. I was doing the Kurak informal conversations on the local naming systems of seasons and the change with some elderly people sitting on the big rounded stone located at the center of the village. By pointing the forest around the village, an elderly man said, "Look at the village and its surroundings." About 2,100 and 2,500 meters. Everything is written there. Here the rhododendron flowers have almost already wrinkled and almost fall down. Now it is blooming at Promthi, which is about in the high altitude, which is located in the high altitude and the surroundings. And you know the flower of rhododendrons tell us about the availability of the ground grasses. Now you can see the ground grasses at Promthi. Very soon the villagers hordes be there for grazing. This narrative shocked me to seek the answer of some fundamental question to understand the human nature relationship in the mountain regions, especially how the seasonalities and the socialities are interconnected to each other. Then I raised some questions and how the seasonality is constructed and in the Himalayan regions and how the social morphology is intersect with the physical morphology. These are the research questions. And in anthropology, as being an anthropologist, how anthropologists see the seasonalities? I read some literature and I found that there are two perspectives to read the seasonalities. One is from as a process and another one is local classifications of seasons. And my paper largely focus on the first ones, then the later one. I do not go through in details in this part. And then this is how the local peoples categorize the seasons and how the sociality is connected. So in these figures, in the center part I put the years and divided into the month. And then in the second year, 12 months is divided into the 4 large segments with reference to the weather patterns, that is the rainfall, dewfall, and clear skies and snowfalls and the flowering of the plants. And in the third year, the local people's categorizations of seasons based on the environmental, that is the Ergesu, winter crops harvesting and summer crop plantation, Sorgosu, harvesting spring crops and the summer crops, Uisu, that is snowfall seasons, and the Mosu, spring seasons. And but when I talk with the orders, they largely categorize the seasons into 2 categories, that is the Markumso and the Turkumso. In between that 2 seasons, I also found the 2 sub-seasons, that is the Parkoso and the Yudoso, but the local peoples do not largely talk about these later 2 seasons. And in these 2 seasons, I found the different type of social practices or social life. And I could not go details in all these seasons and the seasonalities, but I want to focus on the 2 seasons that in which the social life is largely interconnected. That is the Markumso and the Turkumso. At the South Nations, the people categorize the years into 2 broader seasons, that is the Turkumso and the Markumso, based on the hoarding moment. And the orders of national season is not just like the statistical categorizations of the year, but it is the social and ecological meaning to them. Weather patterns very widely differ in these 2 seasons. With the beginning of the Turkumso, the day begins to be warm, snow begins to melt, grass begins to sprout out, wild animals and the body start to move gradually up to the higher altitude and so on. That is the physical characteristics of that seasons. But in the seasons, I found the social life is quite different. The herders start to move their livestock from lower altitude to higher altitude, and the livestock is widely scattered in the large geographical area. The family start to break up for a short time, and the herd is spent lonely life in the high mountains, and the small herders manage their herds jointly. And the rituals also, community rituals, not the household rituals. I also found the household rituals performed by the local peoples, but the community rituals start or do at the beginning of the seasons. In the Marcumso, I found the quite different physical characteristics. They start to be chilly, reach in the peak in the mid, and gradually fall down by the end. Dewfall start to fall in the higher altitude, and grass go to browns and die out. And birds and animals gradually started to move to the lower altitude. And in that physical seasonality, the social life is differently constructed. The herders started to move their livestock from high altitude and the lower altitude. And in the peak seasons that came in the herds came to the village, and reunion of the family again, and the joint management system. The small herders keep the livestock jointly in the Turkumso, but in the Markumso, that systems break up against, because they cannot manage their livestock in the winter jointly. And the community rituals is one organized in the beginnings of the season. This clearly reflected that the seasonalities is not only simply the division of year into the different temporal dimensions for the local peoples. I found that transformation of seasons, that is the change from one season to another season, that is from the Turkumso to Markumso. That is not only the matter of transformations of one weather pattern to the next ones. It is also rhythms of social life, that is the transformations of one social life to the another social life. Therefore, the physical seasonalities and the social seasonalities goes together by side and side as a rhythm. For the local people, social and physical seasonalities are not a separate entities. The bondedness of the social and ecological or physical seasonalities is characterized by the lack of separations between them. They understand both physical and social seasonalities as an interchangeable word. In the context of climate change, because my PhD research was on climate change from the perspective, and in the context of the climate change, how can we see that phenomenon? I think that global warming is not only affecting the physical environment of the Trans-Himalayan regions, because most of the social, physical, natural scientists focus on the physical aspect of impact. But I found that the global warming is not only affecting the physical environment of the Trans-Himalayan regions, but also impact on the social life of the peoples who are living in that region. So it is essential to address to the issue in the present context by academically as well as policy level. Thank you very much.
I regard it as a poem, very poem paper, and also in that nature and human, the mutual interaction, and based on what I regard it as geography and human behaviors together. So this paper very successful. I'm not expert of anthropology science, especially. Nepal is, I regard it as an agriculture country. So Western Ponds, for understanding about Nepal, is not fixed on the ideas of Westerns. So we use Nepalese style thinking to give the judgment, especially the season change, also the behavior of the people's change. So especially the working is so in good order for mutual action. So this enabled me to understand the people, especially Himalayan people. So very excellent papers. Thank you. Time not permitted to give more words. Thank you.
Nepal and China CASS, Culture Promotion Association, and Himalayan University gave me this chance to come to here to make new friends and meet old friends. And the day before yesterday, I fly from Kunming to here. Only takes 3 hours. And when we arrived here, I go to Wadaha and to meet my old friend from Yunnan. They are Buddhist from Yunnan, Shangri-La. I think because of the close geography and cultural relationship, Yunnan and Napoleon has more cooperation in future. So, today my topic is a study on the promotion type and living condition of Chinese overseas Tibetan settlement in Nepal. In 2008, I began my Tibetan research. I mainly focused on the Tibetan in Yunnan area and Kham area, and followed their steps. I began to pay attention to Chinese Tibetan in living abroad. So first, who is the Chinese overseas Tibetan? In my paper, they are exiled Tibetan who followed the Dalai Lama from 1959 and their children, as well as the illegal migration who entered Nepal and India illegal through legal process and the purpose of pilgrimage, visit relatives and Buddhist study and learn some skill after 1980. They also involved the secondary migrant who migrate from the India and Nepal to other countries. My research mainly used the material method of literature and fieldwork. During the recent tour, my team went to Kathmandu and Pokhara, Tibetan settlement area in Nepal for long-term fieldwork. So first, I will introduce the history of overseas Chinese migration in Nepal. The first stage from 1950 and to 1960s. In the first year, about 80,000 Tibetan come to India and Nepal. And the second stage is around the 1980s. The number of Tibetans crossed the border from the average of 2,200 a year before 2008 to less than 1,000 in the 2008 and 2012 and 171 in 2013. According to the date, there are about 15,000 to 20,000 Chinese Tibetan living in the Nepal. 60 years ago, a large number of Tibetans come to Nepal, brought many problems to Nepal. First, the overseas Tibetans set up tents and camps in Mustan, Nubli, and Sulubukun in Nepal, who the climate is similar to Tibet, China. But shortly after, the camp faced a lot of problems, like storage of housing, food, and and the medical care. And so, with the help of some foreign NGO, Tibetans established the settlement. By the 1970s, the resettlement of Tibetan has been basically completed, and their basic live need has been solved. Until now, there are 12 Tibetan settlements in Nepal. Nepal's main goal for the Tibetan area is long-term economy, self-sufficiency, and gradually integrate into Nepal's society. We found the Tibetan settlement has several characters. First, the land of the settlement is purchased and constructed by Nepalese, an NGO at home or at abroad. Second, the settlement are under management and controlled by Tibetan exiled government. Third, the international cooperation mode of the settlement is merely cooperated. Even settlement has built a craft center and a cheap store, schools, model pharmacy. The cooperative regulation collection money from the salary of the Tibetan living overseas. Because of cooperation have low work capital, they received less income from them. Tibetan overseas can get simple and free medical care from the small pharmacy. Children can receive the education from the primary school in settlement. Last, at the border, the boundary between Nepalese community and the settlement is clear. We can see the 12 Tibetan settlements are divided into the agricultural, handcraft, and the mixed livelihood model. Now I'm going to show you a chart of Tibetan occupation in Nepal. And we can see the handcraft and agriculture are the main choice of the people. In Nepal, there are 4 Tibetan settlements mainly based on agriculture. Most of them are located in the border area of Nepal. They are in the remote area. Their land is big. Most of them are close to the river, so they have abundant water resources and suitable for agriculture production. So the character of agricultural settlement we can find. First, the settlement are located in rural area, and it's difficult to introduce modern agricultural product tools and technologies, and they still rely on traditional farm method. Second, the type of agricultural product plants are single. Due to the geographical and climate factor, there are only plants, potato, barley, and other crops in settlement. The third, the natural disaster are a big problem to them. So we can find there are six Tibetan settlements rely on handcraft industry and mainly to develop the Tibetan capital industry. Tibetan capital industry rapid in the last century, and the export volume once ranked first in Nepal. Tibetan capital has developed into the world famous and best-selling industry, in which handcraft industry in Nepal's Tibetan settlement play an important role. This handcraft center has some character. First, the establishment of the handcraft center has shared investment of non-government organizations. For example, the Santorin Handcraft Center, the Tibetan exile government, and the Swiss NGO and the settlement each have share of 50,000 rupees. Second, in the handcraft center, not only Tibetan work, but also Nepalese local people. They have received professional training and better salary and welfare benefit. So at that time, the capital industry solved the livelihood problem of many Tibetans and sprawling employment opportunity for Nepalese local people. And business is one of the main livelihood mode for overseas Tibetans. There are many shops run by Tibetans in Bodaha, in Taimyr, such as craft shop, a small restaurant, coffee shop, and so on. In addition, there are many overseas Tibetans do some antique, some mala business. They do not have shop. Among them, people too often go to India and Bhutan to buy some antique and bring them back to Nepal to find balance. Nowadays, due to the political and market, more and more Chinese companies and invest in Nepal. In the Taimyr district of Kathmandu, there are many Chinese restaurants, hotel, and cargo company. Many Tibetans went to work in Chinese company because of their salary are good, and the cultural conception and the daily work and the living habit are suitable. Chinese company are the wind of overseas Tibetans to understand the development of their hometown and maintain the connect between overseas Tibetan and their hometown. In addition, many young overseas Tibetans are unemployed. After graduating from Indian school and dropped out from school, they migrate to Tibetan settlement, and the basic cost of living comes from the money from their membership and the home and friend abroad. They live extremely understandable. 6 years ago, according to a survivor, more and more young Tibetans are come to big city, to Nepal, and immigrate to developed country to seek new job. Now the Tibetan settlement has become very cold and hollow. The main reason is the traditional living model of agriculture and handcraft cannot meet the need of the Tibetan. So we summarize the character of Tibetans. First is instability, and the second is marginalization, and the third is international market developed. So this is my conclusion. In recent years, China more and more invest and project in Nepal, which to some extent also affects the livelihood of Tibetans. In recent years, the number of Chinese tourists come to Nepal, and China become a big market for Tibetan overseas. On such background, the most income of Tibetan they shift from the Europe market to Chinese market. But due to the lack of status, Chinese Tibetan in Nepal often lived in the margin of mainstream and social Nepal. With the increased China's influence of the world, the Tibetan overseas who are full of confused, maybe they can find the prospective future from the motherland. In the future, the future of Tibetan's livelihood is still deserved of continued attention. Thank you.
Brief video and comments, please.
Okay, thanks, Professor Li. The advantage and disadvantage, even the people's development about today's choice and opportunities. So I do think that something, so I think also mysterious for me. So I'm also I knew little about that, but I do care that. Thanks.
I'd like to share some ideas about Tibetan Buddhism in contemporary South Asia. The title of the speech has been changed from Nepal to South Asia because it is my first time to come to Nepal. So I didn't have done some field work. So maybe it's better to talk about South Asia. As you have known, and some scholars say, Tibetan Buddhism plays an important role in the relation between China and Nepal, in the other countries such as India and Bhutan, and in the Belt and Road Initiative as well. Although it is very important, yet it is not to be considered by the scholars very much, including India and Nepalese scholars, of course, and including Chinese scholars. For example, in China, it is the book general history of Buddhism in the world, written by the scholars from CASS, the Institute of World Religion. They talked about Buddhism in India, but they didn't talk about Tibetan Buddhism in India or in the South Asia. And another book, the title is Buddhism Beyond Asia. This book wrote about Tibetan Buddhism in the European and American countries. But it is very simple, and the materials are very old, out of date. So the studies on Tibetan Buddhism in contemporary South Asia is necessary to be promoted. So Tibetan Buddhism, which is in South Asia, has not only been transformed, and it also has been fronted with various challenges. This paper, I will focus on the transplantation, adaptation, transformation, and innovation in the contemporary South Asia. It highlights the transformation, innovation, and the challenges of it. In the first part, I will talk about the transplantation and adaptation of Tibetan Buddhism in South Asia. Tibetan Buddhism has in South Asia and spread over the north and south of India, Nepal, and Bhutan, just the three countries in South Asia. The 5 parts of Tibetan Buddhism, Nimapa, Sakyapa, Gajupa, Gelugpa, and Gelugpa, are spreading over South Asia. So some scholars in China, they talk about there are 5 sects about Tibetan Buddhism, including Benpo sect. I don't think so. I just talked about the 5 is Jola, not Benpo. So Nimapa, the key words are the 8 churches. 8 churches means Dhamma maybe. So Nimapa in Nepal, maybe this Xieqing monastery, I didn't go to there. And this Sakyapa, the important person is Sakyat Zen church. Gajupa, there are 3 branches of Gajupa, Gamapa, Shamapa, and Sudu. So there are two 17th Gamma in South Asia. So I call this twins of the 17th Gamma. So global Nepal, just I told, although many scholars talk about Tibetan Buddhism in Nepal, but I didn't read books about Tibetan Buddhism in Nepal. For example, the famous temple or monastery, Kopan Monastery. Yeah, and it was set up 1969 by Lama Yishi, Lama Tulen Yishi, and his disciple Lama Soba Rinpoche. And there are other important organizations and innovation of Tibetan Buddhism in South Asia. The transformation and another word is free flow. Some scholars maybe know the flow, this the Chinese Dao Niu. This is called. It is named by the famous scholar Ji Xianming. When he talked about Buddhism, they say Chinese Buddhism reflow to India. Also, Nepal, this is the birthplace of Sakyamuni. But before 20th century, the Buddhism reduced in South Asia. So the Buddhism from China reflow or return to South Asia. For example, the Tibetan Buddhism after 1950s, because of many Tibetans came to South Asia. So among them, there are many lamas and reincarnations, living Buddhas. So they brought Tibetan Buddhism come back to the Buddhist countries such as Nepal and India. So Tibetan Buddhism in China was reflowed into South Asia. The temples and monasteries of Tibet were copied. For example, in Lhasa, there are three famous monasteries: Gandan, Sera, and Zebang. The Tibetan lamas came here, Nepal and India. They rebuilt the temples. Then almost like the same as the Tibetan areas, Lhasa or Tibet or the other Tibetan areas, Sera, Zebang, and Gandan. So the traditions of the learning, practicing, reincarnation, and sex succession were transplanted, and the lamas, nuns, and the followers had adopted the situation of South Asia. Global Nepal, I just told about. In the second part, I will talk about the transformation and the innovation and the integration. The origins of monks, studying and practicing system, management and economy of monasteries, reincarnation, idea of monks and nuns had been transformed and changed. Based on the traditions of Tibetan Buddhism in Tibetan areas in China, and used the patterns of Tibetan Buddhism in South Asia and Europe and America for influence. The Tibetan Rinpoches, the Chinese we say living Buddhas in China, and the lamas from the different sects had done innovation in studying, practicing, thinking, writing, and reincarnation. For example, Vinma sect. As you know, maybe you know, in the past, Vinma didn't have tragedy. But when the lamas of Nepal came to India, came to Nepal, came to South Asia, they set up the perception of trade since 1950s, and they have succeeded to the 8th trade. The Sajja sect, the traditional inherited ways of trade had changed, and the 41st trade, Sajja Street Rinpoche has passed the throne to his eldest son, Zatla Vajla Rinpoche, and he became the 42nd trade. Gajba sect, the reincarnation system of Shamapa had been recovered. You know, in the past, in Chinese, they turns Shamapa because he took Korkas to Jasmine and broken the temples so that the emperor didn't start this incarnation system. Global Galanspa now has the position of in global continue to succeed to the 104th Galanspa. So the Tibetan Buddhism in South Asia has a close relation with Tibetan Buddhism in China, of course. In the third part, I talk about challenges and dynamics of Tibetan Buddhism in South Asia. It's just give some key points. The interweaving of religion and politics, and the contradiction and conflicts of inner sects. For example, Gelugpa, the Dorji Shudan controversy is very sharp in the inner sects. For example, the Geshe Gyatso Rinpoche went to Britain and set up the new Gautama tradition. So this is a handbag broken in the Gelugpa sect. The dynamics of Tibetan Buddhism spread over South Asia. Maybe it is the very important part is the point is this Tibetan Buddhism in South Asia has a very close relation with Tibetan areas, and the Tibetan issue had a very important effects on the Tibetan Buddhism in South Asia. This is my speech. Thank you.
Mr. Liu, Professor Liu, is an experienced scholar in China in the field of Tibetan Buddhism. Based on his field of evolution, especially in the Western countries and even in China, the topic on the spread and influence of Tibetan Buddhism in people, this topic is interesting. It's interesting, especially this topic is based on the analysis of the collection of materials, papers, and even the field investigation. And this type of fact gives us the knowledge about the different collaboration of categories of secularization, modernization, the colonization, and the secularization of the Tibetan Buddhism in people. And analyze the influence and the change of Tibetan Buddhism in people. So, through our field investigation, we do understand the knowledge is beneficial for us to study the situations of the Tibetan Buddhism in Nepal. Thanks again. Thanks.
Okay, we will invite our next speaker, the last speaker, Professor Wang Cheng. His topic is study on Tibetan-related communication in South Asia countries from the perspective of big data. Please.
I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to sponsors Maybe everyone is a little tired now as the last speaker. I will finish my presentation as soon as possible. The topic of my presentation is study on debate-related communication in South Asian countries from the perspective of big data, which consists of 4 sections. Section 1 is an overview of debate-related communication in South Asian countries. The section 2 I use is LexisNexis news database. The time period is from October 18, 2017 to October 18, 2018. The keywords are Tibet and Dalai Lama. The search results shows that the number of India's reports is 3,453, and the Nepali number is 1,830, which indicates South Asian countries represented by India and Nepal are highly concerned about Tibet-related issues. For the sake of time, I have to skip the presentation of section 2, and I will introduce section 3 mainly. Section 3 is about actuality of Tibet-related communication in Nepal. Subject-based analysis, we can find that reports on Tibet in Nepal are diversified, with emphasis on social, business, and scientific and technological fields, which is very different from India. Republic and the Himalayan times are most outstanding. These are some charts. By analyzing the edits mentioned in the reports, the conclusion can be drawn that Chinese, American, India, and Dalai groups factors have influence on Nepali medias. In the evolution of international Tibet-related coverage, the rules of neighboring developed countries, such as Nepal and India, have become increasingly prominent. India and Nepal are not only the main Tibet-related countries in South Asia, but also important countries along OBOR and around China. Unlike Nepal, the Tibet-related public opinion environment in India is extremely unfavorable to China. India has been implementing a dual trade policy on Tibet-related issues. Meanwhile, India-Tibet-related coverage has strong political bias. Nepal is a very important country in geopolitics. The government of Nepal has always recognized that Tibet is an inalienable part of Chinese territory and insisted on cracking down on the Tibetan independence force in its territory. So I think in the international Tibet-related struggle, Nepal is a friendly neighbor that can be actively pursued. Can take OBOR as an opportunity to plan and promote the construction of the China-Nepal-India economic corridor, build the China-Nepal community of common destiny, and deepen people-to-people exchange at the India level. China is willing to help Nepal to enhance its capacity for independent development, which will not only improve the goodwill of the Nepali society, and also reduce interference and negative effects from India. Most thing is to make the Nepali medias advocate friendship with China more consciously and maintain an objective and fair news position in the Tibet-related reports and communication. Okay, that's all. Thanks for listening.
Okay, thanks, Wang Chong. This paper is based on the perspective of the media navigation through the media. So we have done a lot, but we also know that the talk, especially the topics related to us, to spread our ideas. Also, we study about, to analyze about the situations. So based on that, we need to, just like anybody, give the attention to the different reactions, different topics, and the reflection of the ideas, political, economical, and even the points. So we also, use this way, want to perhaps give us good analysis. Okay, thank you. This is the end, but I think this is a good chance for us to know our friends, our boys and guys, to understand this topic first, to mutual understanding more. So this is the start, beginning. Thank you. My topic finished.
Discussion or comments? Who can give us a question or something like this?
In closing ceremony, we will invite Vice President Mr. Chao to have the summary of the conference, please.
简称仁增诺部会长，卡尔基教授，新广城所长，各位专家学者，大家好。本次中国社会论坛和西藏之土民族学与人类学研究所、尼泊尔中国凯勒斯文化促进会、特伦旺大学尼泊尔与亚洲研究中心的共同努力下，经过了2天紧张而精彩的学术报告和讨论，终于画上了一个圆满的句号。
The China's Symposium on Himalayan Region Studies, which is co-organized by Tibet think tank CASS, the Institute of Ethnology and Anthropology CASS, the Nepal-China Kailash Cultural Promotion and Development Association, and the Center for the Nepal and Asia Studies, Tribhuvan University. After 2 days of intense and inspiring academical presentation and discussion, we are finally coming to a successful conclusion.
特别是2013年“一带一路”倡议提出后，两国的政治、经济和文化合作得到了空前的发展。在刚结束不久的北京第2届“一带一路”国际合作高峰论坛上，中国提出了与各相关国家加强合作，让共建“一带一路”走深走实。 更好造福各国人民的倡议。我们这2天的会议既聚焦了两国政治、经济和人文关系的历史与现状，也探讨了加强“一带一路”在喜马拉雅地区互联互通的前景和途径，更对中伊两国的环境、社会和可持续发展进行了比较和研究。 这就是通过学术活动践行高峰论坛倡议的具体体现。
The friendship initiation was put forward in 2013. The political, economic, and cultural cooperation between the two countries have achieved unprecedented development. Recently, on the Second Belt and Road International Cooperation Summit Forum in Beijing, China has proposed an initiative to strengthen the cooperation between relevant countries to make the One Belt and One Road more connected to the people and to better benefit the people of all countries. Our 2-day meetings focus on history and current situation of the political, economical, and cultural relationship between the two countries, explored the prospects and and ways to strengthen the interconnection of the Belt and Road in the Himalayas, conducted comparative studies on the environment, society, and sustainable development between China and Nepal. This is the embodiment of the Summit Forum initiative through academic activities.
扮演了重要的角色。尼泊尔珠峰汽车制造有限公司，在本次论坛上举行了这个揭台仪式，这样体现了中国民营企业借助学术界的聪明才智，为创建“一带一路”新局面和共同努力，造福中国两国人民。
In the construction of an important role, Nepal's Everest Automobile Manufacturing Company Limited had the opening ceremony at this forum, which reflected that Chinese private enterprises are now utilizing the academic achievements for the benefits of the people of both China and Nepal.
让学术界、企业界和社会各界人士能够共聚一堂，畅所欲言，相互启发，为促进中尼两国关系、“一带一路”倡议顺利发展，喜马拉雅地区各国民心相通工程以及献言献策。也感谢在座的各位嘉宾、学者、各界人士，能够参加这个论坛，谢谢大家。
CASS for providing such a platform for people from academia, business, and society to come together, to speak freely, to inspire each other, to promote friendship between China and Nepal. Valuable suggestions were made for the development of One Belt and Road initiative and communication with the people of Himalayas. My sincere appreciation to all guests and scholars. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Lee, and richly conclusive remarks. Thank you so much. Now, let us welcome Professor Xing Guangcheng to give the remarks on closing ceremony.
尊敬的王仁中，会议开到这个程度，就必须说已经非常成功了。因为在我看来呢，这次会议呢，确实有很多特点。首先呢，我们达到了这个会议论坛的目的。我手中拿的这一本论文集，这就是说，大家在会议之前已经做了非常充分的准备。另外呢，在会议上呢，我想说的，大家呢发言非常踊跃，也谈了很多非常新颖的学术观点。会议上呢，还有一些个对一些问题不同的一些看法。我觉得这个正好符合论坛的基本的要求，所以我觉得这次会议呢，学术成果确实是非常大的。
Mr. Wang and experts and scholars, good afternoon. From my observation, we have achieved its purpose. And I have observed many experts has made wonderful speeches, and there are lots of new ideas being presented during this event. Different opinions, different questions were raised during the discussion, and I must say the outcome matches our purpose.
第三届，我觉得我们研究的这个区域的问题也非常重要。大家知道，喜马拉雅是世界上是世界屋脊。我想说的，我们的研究世界屋脊的问题，尤其世界屋脊这个区域的合作问题，非常有必要。那么从这个研讨会来看呢，我们研究世界屋脊的问题，那我们的学术研究的水平，也和这个研究的高度和这个地理高度相称，也是水平非常高的。
The China Social Science Forum and the Third International Symposium on Himalayan Region Studies is it's very important to discuss the regional and especially we would like to discuss the question around the roof of Himalayas. Since Himalayan is referred to as the roof of the top, therefore the cooperation in this region is very necessary and very important. We must raise the standard of such cooperation.
邻居是不能选择的，所以呢，这样的一个位置就决定了中国和尼泊尔必须要发展睦邻友好关系。在这个基础上呢，我们还要建立更牢固的战略伙伴关系。那么不仅如此，我觉得在这里，在谈到中国和尼泊尔的合作的时候，也在谈到南亚的区域合作的时候，我们更不能离开印度和不丹。所以呢，我觉得在这个区域之内呢，我们应该这些国家应该加强合作。在我看来呢，只有合作才能够取得这个区域发展的共赢。
Not choose our neighbors. Since we are neighboring with Nepal, we must strengthen such friendly relationship, and we must develop a strategic corporate relationship with each other. The cooperation between China and Nepal, as well as cooperation in South Asia, we must include India and Bhutan. We must strengthen the cooperation in the whole region, and in order to.
既有我这么说，既有谦虚的谦虚之词，同时也是实情。因为我们中国边界研究所很少在国外举办学术论坛，我们也举行过这个中国社会科学论坛、线下的一些个国际学术活动，但这个呢主要在中国国内，我们在国外呢没有举行过这样的论坛，所以这次呢是我们我参加这个论坛呢也是向王所长他们来取经，看看将来中国边界研究所怎么在国外也搞一些这样的区域合作论坛。
I'm saying this not to be humble, but indeed the reason I'm here to observe and to learn, and to learn from this. Even though we had such forum in the past, mainly it was held within China. This kind of conferences held overseas was not attended. We have not organized such event overseas often. Therefore, I'm here to also learn how to successfully organize such event in order to be able to, maybe in the future we can organize more events like this.
这次和中国的智库进行学术交流，在这方面呢，对我呢是有触动的。我们中国边界研究所呢，在和周边的这些国家进行交流方面，我们做的还不如我们的兄弟所，王延忠所长率领的民族学与人类学研究所，我们还需要加强这方面的努力。比如说，我是中国边界研究所所长。 我是在这个所已经工作10年了，我也是第一次到尼泊尔来，这个就说明了我们的这个积极性还是不够的，以后要加强这方面的这个中国边界研究所和周边这些国家智库的学术交流。
I feel the willingness from both parties for communication, for deeper communication. Which made me realize what we have done, which made me realize what Mr. Wang has done this time for this discussion is very, very successful. Order researches such like this. Looking forward to further cooperation in the future.
Thank you so much, Professor Xing Guangcheng. His cooperation with China and China-Russia relations. He is the director of the youth league for 10 years. His trips crowded all the boundary areas of China, and it has many very important suggestions in academically and policy issues on the how to make we call harmony boundary area relationship with all the neighbors. So even this is the first time to involve, and I think he has a very good feelings about Nepal. So I do thanks for coming because it's so many. He's so eager to come into this conference as well. Very grateful for him. And also, I will special thank to Mr. Chou Feng and also the International the Promotion Association of Nepal and China CASS Cultural Promotion Association. Because they are working here, they organize all the things because it's the first time to organize a conference in neighboring countries. And yes, some of our scholars have intended to participate in many international conferences or sub-forums in other countries. But this is the first time to organize a conference in the foreign countries or institute. So this is the first time. Maybe many things is not so satisfactory for everybody, but we think we do our best to make the conference a good conference and for not an academic perspective and also for everything is promoting. So I thanks for Mr. Chao and Professor Xin's judgment or assessment for the conference. As I do think because not only because the result is good, but because we have to do our best, the encouragement for us to do further more and to do further better in the future. So thanks for your encouragement. Also, I will deliver my special thanks to the Nepal side for the support for the conference, especially from the Asian Study Centers of Himalayan University, the Department of Anthropology of Himalayan University. Last year we went here and we planned to have a conference here, but now it's being the reality. So without their help, we cannot do this. So many thanks for them, and also many thanks for the participants from all the different organizations. Some organizations are non-government organizations. I do think their participant is make our conference more colorful and more reachable and more successful. Without their participant, I cannot say we can do that. And also, I will thank all the speakers for their hard work for preparing the speech and for the PPT and for the other things they had done before the conference. And because it's an international conference, for some of our Chinese scholars, maybe this is a good chance to speak in English. And it's not familiar for them, but they try and they use they make very hard to being better for the conference, and also for the participant from Nepal counterpart, because they do not use their native languages. They use English, so let us to know their idea clearly. So I do thanks for all the attempts for the conference. And also I will thank for all the people, they are working back the curtains or back the door, especially from the team, and for their help, we can come here and to organize this conference. But perhaps flying, I cannot say much about that, and I will thank you so much for all the people here, and some, all the, even some people, the friends of the counterpart of the news or the some magazines on there, they work together to report on the conference. And also, I would like to invite you to next forum or next the symposium in other places. And you are most welcome. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you. I would like to thank you.